on, in, above, around it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. Miigwech. Council, any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we will move on to our first motion, and that is moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Bocek, who I believe will be joining us in an hour's time, so I'm going to change that. Seconded by, let's say Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the Council adopts the plan agenda of December 12th, 2023 as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And I'm afraid now we're going to start the meeting with one of my little speeches. This morning, there's a public meeting scheduled for one shore road closing and one road closing application. I will briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated for the proposed road closings being considered. Next, staff will advise of the purpose and the effect of the bylaws and provide for any other information that is relevant to the applications. And staff will summarize any correspondence on file, as long as I remember to ask. From there, the public will have an opportunity to speak and provide comments to the bylaw being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to state their name and address. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 C-25 as amended to deal with the following proposed shore road closing bylaws. R23-2 for 542 Bayview Road and R21-19 for 14936 Georgian Bay Shore. To our clerk.
Notice of the public meeting was published in a newspaper, and notice was sent to the abutting neighbors in close proximity to the properties at least 20 days prior to today's meeting.
Thank you. And to our deputy clerk, Ms. Levesque.
Thank you. I'm just going to share my screen. Right, so the first application is R23-02 for 542 Bayview Road. The shorewood allowance has been requested by the applicants to secure the ownership of the surrounding land. Sorry, this should be the road allowance, not SRA. The road allowance for part 1 is 950.38 square meters at a cost of $8 per square meter for a purchase price of $7,603.04 plus HST. The property is zoned 6 Mile Lake residential, and there are no open building permits on file. We have a location map here of the subject lands, as well as an aerial image and a copy of the site sketch and a survey. I don't see the applicant online here, but I'm just going to stop sharing my screen and just double check. No, Mary McCaig is not online, but I'm available if you have any questions for me.
And did we have any correspondence on file from anyone?
No, we did not.
All right. Well, are there any members of the public that wish to comment in person or online?
No.
Well, then I'm going to go to Councillor Cooper, please.
This will be very simple. Thank you, Sydney. Could you go back to the survey? You were too fast for me. I wondered if you could just point out what we're talking about exactly, what piece of this survey is actually the shore, or it's not the road allowance part. Is it part one block, that one?
Through your worship to Councillor Cooper, that's correct. It's part one the applicant is purchasing. So it's the road allowance behind the property.
And it's not the area to the right that says A on it. It's really just the darker line around part one. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Sorry to be so dense, but I just want to, understand specifically. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper, we would never describe you as dense.
Maybe a pest, but never mind.
Oh, I wasn't going to go down that road. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, I no problem with this. I just I realized I think we basically treat road allowances and shore road allowances basically the same. But in the background, you note that it's a shore road allowance, when in fact it's a road allowance. It's listed as an SRA, and just need a correction there. Other than that, thank you.
That's correct. So the only difference between the shore road allowance and the road allowance is the fee structure. So for road allowance, we charge for square meter, and for shore road allowance, we charge per linear meter.
Yeah, just differentiation. I mean, I was looking for something along shoreline, and I couldn't find anything. So yeah.
Sorry, that's my fault. Thank you.
Stay tuned for the next application.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. So I'm going to read the motion. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the council passed a closing bylaw 2023-119 to stop up, close, and convey part of Block A, Plan M188, being Part 1, Plan 35R-27258, formerly Baxter, now in the Township of Georgian Bay, at 542 Bayview Road, for the purchase price of $7,603.04. 4 cents is important. Plus HST. And the council passed a deeming bylaw 2023-120, part of Plan M188, now in the Township of Georgian Bay, the District Municipality of Muskoka, not to be a registered plan of subdivision for the purpose of the Planning Act, RSO 1990 CP 13 S53. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Now, if every other item could be on our agenda could go that quickly, we would be done by coffee break. To our deputy clerk for round 2, please.
Right, so the final road allowance application is R21-19 for 14936 Georgian Bay Shore. The shore road allowance has been requested by the applicants to secure ownership of the surrounding land. The frontage of the shore road allowance for Part 1 and Part 2 is 31.45 linear meters at a cost of $242 per linear meter for a purchase price of $7,610.10 plus HST. The property is zoned shoreline residential type 1, and there are no open building permits on file. And we have a location map of the subject lands, as well as an aerial image, and a site sketch, which I can zoom in on. I won't go as fast this time. There's a little bit right there. And then the lastly is the survey. So they are purchasing Part 1 and Part 2. So they own Lot 6 and Lot 7. I have pulled the applicant over if you have any questions for him or myself. That's everything. Thank you.
And I have to try to remember, any correspondence on file?
There was no correspondence on file.
Okay, thank you. And does the applicant wish to add any additional remarks?
No, I have no more remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. And are we aware of any members of the public who wish to speak to this matter?
No.
Okay. Over to council. Council, any questions on this? Councillor Cooper.
Just in terms of orientation, I wondered if Mr. Kemerer could describe, this is on Bone Island, I think, and is this Peter Kemerer's former property, or could you enlighten me on that one?
Yeah, we're actually, it's mainland, but it is Peter Kemerer's former property, and he passed away in May. So it's now in ownership of my mother and I.
Thank you, Paul. And sorry, you said it's on the mainland, so it's not Bone Island. It's across the bay from Bone Island. Is that correct?
Yeah, Bone Island. That's where my mother and present property is on Bone Island. We're just around the corner from Tomahawk.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. Our condolences to the passing of your father.
Thank you.
I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that Council passed a closing bylaw 2023-121 to stop up, close, and convey part of the original 66-foot shore road allowance line in front of Lot 38, Concession 16, being Parts 1 and 2, Plan 35R-27292, formerly Township of Baxter, now in the Township of Georgian Bay, 14936 Georgian Bay Shore, for the purchase price of $7,610.10 plus HST. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will now move into the Planning Act Public Meetings section of this morning's meeting, which means another introduction from me. This morning, there's a public meeting scheduled for 2 proposed zoning bylaw amendments. I will briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated for the proposed amendments being considered. The clerk will also advise of the appeal procedures. Next, staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the bylaws and provide any other information that is relevant to the applications. And the clerk will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to provide comments on the amendments being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to state their name and address and sign in on the sheet provided. After the public discussion, the public meeting will be closed. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act to deal with the following proposed amendments. Z23-17 for 1402 Lost Channel Shore, and Z23-23 for Island 1120 Georgian Bay. To our clerk, please.
Notice of the public meeting was sent by first-class mail to the respective owners and assessed persons within 120 to 800 meters of the property subject to the proposed applications, and to those persons and agencies likely to have an interest in the applications. These notices were sent at least 30 days prior to today's meeting. Included in each notice was an explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposed applications and a key map showing the location of the properties or a description of the lands to be affected by the proposed amendments. Other relevant information may also have been provided. These circulations were all provided in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Township of Georgian Bay Official Plan. Members of the public are advised at this point that unless they make an oral or written submission to council before council makes a decision on these applications, then any subsequent appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal may be dismissed by the tribunal. Anyone who wishes to be notified of council's decision respecting the proposed zoning bylaw amendments must submit a written request to the planning department.
Well, thank you very much. And before I switch over to the planning department, I just want to sit back for a moment and enjoy the fact, all of us, that there are 5 planners sitting in this room on our staff. And an ex-planner from our department sitting here. But I'm very much appreciative of that fact, and I just wanted to enjoy it for a moment. And our particular planner that we're going to hear from now is Ms. McCaig. Over to you, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, Your Worship and members of council. The first statutory public meeting under the Planning Act is for application Z2317, which is 1402 Lost Channel Shore for Daniel and Laura Palango. As you can see on the location map above, the property does abut Lost Channel, and the subject property is comprised of 1,902 square meters and has a frontage on Lost Channel of 38.9 meters. The original cottage is estimated to have been constructed more than 15 to 20 years ago, and the existing land uses located in proximity to the subject property are similar to the current use of the subject property, being seasonal residential. Crown lands are located at the rear of the property. A detailed survey of the property, buildings and structures completed by an Ontario land surveyor has revealed a number of instances where the existing buildings and an existing deck and related staircase are non-compliant with respect to the regulations set forth in the current zoning bylaw. The township issued an order to comply in August 2015, which required the applicant at the time to obtain a building permit for the wood-sided sleeping cabin or to remove the structure. Since that time, investigations have been undertaken to evaluate the structure and determine what measures or alterations would be required to obtain a building permit and implement minor improvements to the existing structure that would be sufficient to bring it into conformity with the Ontario Building Code. Reports prepared by an Ontario professional engineer and submitted to the Township Chief Building Official have confirmed that the construction deficiencies associated with the wood-sided sleeping cabin can be resolved. An application for a zoning bylaw amendment was received by the Township on August the 14th. The submission of the application was a result of a pre-application consultation with the Township in 2022. Therefore, the zoning bylaw amendment that is before you this morning in the public meeting has been submitted for the purpose of lawfully recognizing existing cottage dwelling, decks and staircases, dock and accessory buildings, one of which was constructed without a building permit, but by the prior owner of the property more than 10 years ago. As you can see on the the survey on your screen that was prepared by CT Strongman Surveying Limited. It's a very detailed survey, and it does show a lot of inconsistencies and non-complying setbacks that are being addressed through this zoning bylaw amendment, not a minor variance. So as you can see on the screen, there are a number of requests being put forward through this zoning bylaw amendment. An increase in the existing lot coverage, the existing cottage setback from the high water mark, existing deck and stairway setback from the high water mark, an existing shed, an existing wood-sided sleeping cabin for the side yard setback, also the separation between the sleeping cabin and the main building, and allowing an existing wood-sided sleeping cabin on a lot with an area of 0.19 hectares versus the required area of 0.3 hectares, and existing wood-sided sleeping cabin allowed within the front yard setback of 18 meters. As you know, the provincial policy statement does provide policy direction on matters of provincial interest. Section 2.1.8 states that development and site alteration shall not be permitted on adjacent lands to identified natural heritage features. A number of sensitive land features have been identified, including an identified species at risk habitat. And although there is no additional development proposed at this time, the owners should be made aware that there is the potential for environmental work that will be required if future development is proposed. The Muskoka official plan does designate the property as a waterfront area, and as stated, the owner should be aware that as the property has been identified as abutting a species at risk habitat, any future development will require an environmental impact study prior to the approval of any new development. Correspondence was received from the District of Muskoka, and they have indicated they have no objection to the zoning bylaw amendment as presented. Therefore, it's staff's opinion that the proposed is in conformity with the provisions and policies of the district official plan. Township of Georgian Bay official plan does designate the property as waterfront. A fish habitat assessment has been completed for the subject property by Riverstone Environmental, which was dated January 4th, 2017, and is identified as a fish habitat type 2 in front of the subject lands. There's a number of mitigation measures that have been recommended in that report by Riverstone, and I believe that as long as these implementation measures are put into place, that staff are of the opinion that the application does maintain the intent of the official plan. Zoning bylaw 2014-75 does zone the property as shoreline residential. All the requested reductions to be included in the site-specific amendment are existing conditions. The order to comply was issued in respect of the sleeping cabin and associated deck. Staff are of the opinion the application maintains the general intent of the Township of Georgian Bay zoning bylaw. The proposal is consistent with the policies in the provincial policy statement and meets the intent of both the District of Muskoka plan and the Township of Georgian Bay plan, as well as the zoning bylaw for the township. Staff are recommending approval of the zoning bylaw amendment as presented.
All right. You're done. I'm done. Okay, then I'm going to turn over to the clerk and she can tell us if anybody's expressed opinions in correspondence form.
One letter of correspondence was received from the District of Muskoka stating no objection in principle to this application as currently proposed. One letter of support was received from John Clark.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Yes, I am. Sorry.
Are there any additional comments that either the applicant or the agent wishes to make on this application?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, committee members and staff. Good morning. My name is Peter Hungerford. I'm a senior planner with Marie Poirier Planning and Associates, and our address is 44 King William Street, Unit A, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H1G3. And we're appearing this morning on behalf of our client, Dan Palango, and his wife, who own the property at 1402 Lost Channel Shores. As the staff have noted, the purpose and effect of this application for rezoning is to seek a site rezoning to recognize non-complying site regulations for the existing structures on the property. And these details have been outlined in the material and the report that was just presented by Deb McCaig. Of note, the existing property, together with all of the existing buildings and structures, was acquired by our clients about 11 years ago as a developed lot. And having inherited these non-compliance issues, this application now seeks to bring the property into conformity with the zoning bylaw by adjusting the required setbacks and coverage regulations. The application and supporting materials that have been provided to the committee present a comprehensive review of all of the relevant provincial, district, and township planning policies and set out the planning merits that these applications have and that are recommended for approval. In support of the application, Ms. McCaig noted that Riverstone Environmental had completed an environmental study, and there are a set of recommendations contained in her report, which are endorsed and recommended as part of the recommended approval for this application. The approval of the application will allow our client to proceed with obtaining a building permit to bring the property into conformity with the Ontario Building Code and to rectify an order to comply that was issued some time ago in respect of the bunkie and additionally the deck railings, which we discovered during one of our site visits. In conclusion, and based on the merits set forth in the application reports, we would respectfully recommend this application to the committee for approval. And we're, of course, available to answer any questions that might be presented. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Are we aware of any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? Not seeing any at this point. I'm going to turn it over to council, and Councillor Cooper, I see your hand.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, Deb and Mr. Hungerford. Sorry, Miss McCabe and Mr. Hungerford. Going to be very formal today. Just a couple of things. First of all, to you, Deb, this is Lost Channel. I think it's 6 Mile Lake. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So I maybe I missed it, but I couldn't find the actual location in the township on our application here.
Oh, no, I apologize, Councillor Cooper. It's not. It's on Lost Channel, which is, I'll pull the location map up for you.
While you're doing that, So it's not on 6 Mile. Is that what you're telling me?
It's not zoned the way 6 Mile Lake is site-specific zoning. It is zoned shoreline residential type 1. So it is not part of the 6 Mile Lake community boundary.
But it's adjacent or whatever. The lost channel must go in or out of 6 Mile, I would assume. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. That brings some clarity to it. I'm just trying to understand. And it's interesting to note that it doesn't fall under the community plan. So that's also of interest. And a couple of other quick things. I note that any of these structures that are being requested to formalize are pre-existing for at least 10 years. Is that correct? Is that what I read in the report?
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, that is correct, Councillor Cooper.
And I just would like for us to take note that if something's 10, 15, 20 years ago, different rules were applied in those days, and things were allowed over the years, but planning changes over time. So I think we need to remember that it's fine that we might approve this, but I think it doesn't give any justification for anybody else to be able to do the same thing in the future. Our planning bylaws are the ones that we have to adhere to today. Is that correct, Deb?
That is correct.
Thank you. It would be nice if that is the case. Finally, I just wanted to ask about the sort of zoning per se, where it's going from basically a shoreline residential to a shoreline residential exception, meaning there's some very specific criteria that have to be followed. I don't think it's an exception 51 per se, but would any new development be allowed on this waterfront, given the circumstances at the moment?
Through you, Your Worship. At the present time, Councillor Cooper, these zoning amendments that are being requested are strictly for the existing buildings and structures. So anything new that was proposed would have to meet the existing zoning bylaw requirements.
So I guess the reason for my question is there any reason that it could be sort of taken as you've got what you've got now, but you don't get anything more? And why should that not be written into this bylaw?
I don't know if that is reasonable, Councillor Cooper, but it's something to be considered if council says so.
Just putting that forward as a possibility, because when there are circumstances and we make allowances, we also have an opportunity to make sure that we're being respectful of things like the environment and waterfront and the visual impact of places, things like that. So I throw that out there for us to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. A few questions, if I may. This is a bit of a doozy for me. Deb, can you reiterate the chronological order and what brought us here today? So was it the current homeowner who purchased this property that had already had the building in place where it is today, sought or went to develop a sleeping cabin, at which point our bylaw team picked up on it and told them to cease work until they obtained a permit?
Through you, Your Worship, it is my understanding that yes, that is the process that had transpired. It came to me as a pre-application to determine what would be required in order to recognize the sleeping cabin. Therefore, I believe that is, but Mr. Palango, the owner, is online, so maybe he could shed a little more clarity on that portion of the question.
Mr. Palango, please.
Thank you. Thank you all too for your time today. We purchased the property in 2011. Everything that was on the property was built prior to us purchasing the property back in 2000. I don't have an exact date, probably in the 2007, 2008 range, the previous owner built. We are not intending or never intended to add to or modify anything on our property. What had happened was we were served with a building code violation because there weren't any permits for the structures on our property that weren't constructed by us. We didn't apply for anything, nor are we going to apply for anything. We just want our property to be brought under compliance with the township, so everything's good. There were a number of building code violations they cited from the previous owner that we're trying to rectify and clean up so we can have a clean property legally. Our intention, this was a turnkey property. It was fully furnished. We haven't put a nail in the wall since we've been there, nor do we intend to. We enjoy the property. It's a 3-season cottage. But this process was initiated, I believe, in 2014, I think, right around that area where we were served with the building code violations. And since then, since other contractors have been on the property, we've identified additional building code violations that we wanted addressed for the safety of our own family and property with respect to railings that weren't, and the deck on the front wasn't done to code. And those are things that we found that were non-compliant. So our sole intention is to get our property clean from a legal standpoint. It has nothing to do with adding. We're not planning on adding. We never did plan on adding. It's totally as we bought it, is as it stays. So we just want it legally clean, excuse me, if that's the term to use. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. And if I may, Mr. Palango, thank you, and I commend you for endeavoring to go down this journey to try to rectify past, for lack of better term, sins.
Yeah.
I do have a question, not that it makes any difference whatsoever to my decision. I believe in responsible development, and I think, as per Mr. Palango's statements, I feel that he's very much being responsible in this situation. The survey, I did not see a septic tank, and I know that, again, it's not relevant to this today's decision, but I am kind of curious to know where in proximity to the structures is that septic tank, because I see it's also on top of an FH2 right in front of the property, and I just want to make sure that, to Councillor Cooper's point, we look at least advising today that what you have is what you have, and that you likely are not going to get anything further.
I believe our septic is at the rear of the property beside the garage. If that helps, if that's what you're looking for. Up in this area here.
I see a woodshed back
Yeah,
there.
just up to the right of the woodshed is where the
further back behind the woods.
Yes.
So it's as far
Yes.
back on the property line as possibly can be.
Yes.
Thank you. And if I can, for one last comment with regards to context to where this is in proximity to 6 Mile Lake, there is a rapids that essentially cuts off the channel to 6 Mile Lake, and so this property is not accessible to 6 Mile Lake, and hence the reason why it is not part of the 6 Mile Lake community plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I'm looking at the recommendation for planning report and then the conclusions. And I'm just wondering, in order to recognize the existing non-compliant setbacks, the existing building, deck and staircase, yada, 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 there's nothing in the recommendation that sort of refers back to the conclusion that is saying that the remedial work provided by Riverstone needs to be done. And then we also have this outstanding order to comply. Is that covered by the wording of the recommendation, or do we need to add it into the recommendation?
Through your worship, excuse me, it could be, but I mean, really those implementations that are being requested by Riverstone, a lot of those would be if there was additional shoreline work being done. However, there are a few that would be definitely beneficial to the fish habitat to be incorporated now. So I believe it would be up to council if they wish to include that in a motion or in the approved bylaw. It's totally up to council how they wish to proceed with
Or if
that.
you could add, and just set that aside for a moment. Then what about the order to comply? How does that fit into the recommendation?
It would just be that once this zoning bylaw amendment has been adopted by council and gone through the appeal period, and once it's in place, then they can move forward with any building permit issues.
So the order to comply still stands?
That's correct.
Despite the fact that we haven't noted it in the recommendation?
That's correct.
Okay. I would like to request that the recommendation also include something to the effect that should any more further work be done, that the recommendation from Riverstone be included, or something to that effect. I'm not sure how, because I think we need to have it acknowledged that that was a recommendation should any more work be done.
Okay, yeah, I think I have a couple responses to that. One is I think the notice to comply is a building department issue, not a planning issue. So, but I do think it would be, I could imagine adding a sentence, you know, and that any work being contemplated takes into account or addresses the matters brought up by the Riverstone report. Madam Clerk, can you compose a suitable sentence while we here? And Mr. Hungerford, I had seen your hand up. I don't, or if there's anything been.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I was going to suggest that in the report, it was suggested that the issuance of the building permit that's needed to rectify the order to comply, that issuance of that permit in the report, it was suggested that it be conditional upon the completion of the recommendations set forth by Riverstone. So I think Deb was using the issuance of the building permit as the implementation method to affect the Riverstone recommendation. So I don't know if that helps council at all in its consideration, but I put that forward.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions. First to our Director of Planning. Councillor Graziano brought up the topic of the septic, and I think it would be useful for every application being brought forward to show on the survey where the septic system is, because I think it does influence our consideration of these matters. And so I was surprised that it wasn't there. So I would ask perhaps for future applications if we could include that as a criteria. I would certainly appreciate that. Next question is to Ms. McCaig. You indicated there was a fish habitat impact assessment, and we have a policy, as I understand it, to have these peer reviewed. Was this peer reviewed?
Through your worship, no, it was not. It was done in 2017. So if council so wishes, I mean, we can move forward with a peer review, but the actual requirements were very, very detailed in the fish habitat assessment. So, I mean, if council so desires before they make a decision on the matter, that's of course up to you.
So my comments on that are this. We heard Councillor Cooper ask if policies in effect today are the policies that we should be adopting, and I think your response was yes. And we have a policy that we peer review these. I personally don't think in this case that I want to delay this or belabor it, but I do want to highlight that there are a few fish habitat or environmental assessments that have come to us that haven't had adjusting comments from our peer review organization. And so I would say that even though we think that what we're getting that is applicant driven as being very comprehensive, it continues to surprise me, perhaps not, that our peer review organization introduces additional criteria that should be looked at. So I would prefer personally going forward that applications that we are currently working on today are pushed through, if you will, the process that we have in place for peer reviews. But in this case, I'm not going to make an issue of it. It's just I wanted to make that statement out there. And the kind of final comment is when I look at the picture that you have from the water, and then I look at the survey, it doesn't look like the sleeping cabin is separate and distinct. It actually looks like it's all part of one thing, and that may be just a visual. But the survey seems to show that the sleeping cabin is tiny and it's off to the left as you look at it from the water. And yet when you look at it from the water, it looks like the roof lines are almost overlapping. Just an observation. I don't want to make it an issue. I just wanted to offer that as it was difficult for me when I was reviewing it to get clarity on that, because it seemed that the survey did not align with the visual image that was taken from the water. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to make a couple comments myself. As one is I applaud the applicants for wanting to bring their building up to code. I think that's wise and safer and all that sort of stuff. And we certainly can appreciate, as we know many cases where new owners of properties inherit not only the fine features of those properties, but also some of the challenges to go with those properties, depending upon what prior owners have done with their buildings. I also wanted to comment on the fact that one of the I think it was Councillor Cooper said, you know, you have what you have and you can't have anything more, or something to that effect. One of the site-specific aspects of what we may be approving shortly is lot coverage, and because it's above what is normally allowed for a lot this size. So that means if the applicant wanted to in the future expand, they would have to come in front of council again, because their lot, they have a specific percentage lot coverage. So I think that's one form of protection that we have, that if the current owner or future owners wanted to do anything further, it would require a zoning bylaw amendment. So I think we have some protection there. Councillor Jarvis, do you have an additional comment?
Yeah, just
actually, yes, additional.
Yeah, if you don't mind, and I thank Mr. Hunger for bringing this to my attention, but does state at the bottom of the Riverstone Fish Habitat Assessment summary within the report that it says prior to the issuance of a building permit for sleeping cabin structure, the above noted mitigation measures should be in place and confirmed by an ecologist. Deb, you're indicating that maybe these aren't all needed unless more work is being done. Is that correct? Or
No, I'm sorry, I didn't clarify. I wasn't very clear on that. The intent of that fish habitat assessment, of course, was to recognize the requirements prior to an issuance of a building permit for the sleeping cabin. The sleeping cabin, as you know, was constructed without the benefit of a permit, and therefore we do have a guarantee that that would be taken into account prior to a permit being issued.
would it be possible to just put that sentence in with the recommendation then? Because it's in the report anyway.
We've added at this point, and that future applications and amendments to the subject property, and that would include building applications, I presume. The future applications and amendments to subject property take into consideration the Riverstone Environmental Solutions Inc. report dated January 4th, 2017.
Okay, I only ask if that would include the building permit that needs to be.
Yeah, because we might say application.
Which case, okay.
Because the other comment I want to make is that, you know, given the fact that these buildings, I mean, I think in the report, I believe that the original cottage was built back in the 90s or something, and the sleeping cabin 2008. We do far more environmental harm by tearing these things down or replacing them. But I think, and I don't doubt that the building department will determine what has to be reinforced or in the railings replaced. And all that should be done with minimal environmental impact. So I think that it's, again, I applaud the applicant for wanting to bring everything up to code and making everything legal, and therefore I will be supporting this motion. And with that, not seeing any more hands, because until Councillor Jarvis lowers his hand, because I presume it's the prior one, I'm going to read that moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council enacts bylaw 2023-122, being zoning bylaw amendment Z23-17, to further amend zoning bylaw 2014-75 by rezoning the property from shoreline residential type 1, SR1, to a site-specific shoreline residential type exception zone, SR1-XX, in order to recognize the existing non-compliant setbacks to existing dwelling, decks and staircases, dock and accessory buildings, and that future applications and amendments to the subject property take into consideration the Riverstone Environmental Solutions Inc. report dated January 4th, 2017. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Our next application is zoning bylaw amendment application Z23-23 for 2 Island 1120 Georgian Bay. And that would be to our planning department. Mr. Cracky, that is you. Can you, microphone, please?
Thank you, Your Worship, and
Thank
with
you.
your permission, I will share my screen. Mayor Kutsier, councilors, everyone in attendance here today and online. My name is Jeff Kratke, and I am a registered professional planner with the Township of Georgian Bay. And I'm appearing here today, as the mayor has said, with regards to application Z2323, which was formerly known as application number Z2316, regarding 2 Island 1120 in Georgian Bay. The agent for the application is Amanda Hoffman, who is a registered professional planner with the Jones Consulting Group. The purpose of the application Z2323 regarding the Township of Georgian Bay zoning bylaw 2014-75 as amended is to amend map number 116 in Schedule A to replace the shoreline residential island type 2 exception 51 zone with an SRI2XX zone on the subject lands. And table 7.4 in subsection 7.5 adds a new line for the SRI2XX zone that permits the following. In column 3, only uses permitted: existing legal dwelling and attached tool shed, existing tool shed, and a third tool shed. In column 5, special zone requirements, the third tool shed under development shall have 1, a maximum area of 14.5 square meters, 2, a 1.4 meter setback from the high water mark, and 3, a 2.8 meter setback from the dwelling. Human habitation in any form, either permanently or for occasional use such as a sleeping cabin, is prohibited. Maximum lot coverage of 12.1%. And lastly, in column 6, other special provisions, a maximum size of existing buildings and structures shall be as legally existed and legally constructed, and notwithstanding that, an expansion to the deck as constructed is permitted. The effect of the application is to allow, subject to satisfying the Ontario Building Code, the legalization of a storage tool shed and expansion of a deck. The agent submitted a revised site plan with the new application that shows the storage shed in this location. The shed that was demolished was approximately located here. And of course, the high water mark is the inner line. The existing water's edge is the outer line. The development proposed by application Z2323 is now described as a tool shed. Given its definition in the zoning bylaw, I agree. The proposed SRI2XX zone specifically prohibits human habitation, and this is an important distinction. While our accessory buildings generally do not allow anyone to habitate them, this is a specific prohibition of it, and that is a stronger legal term. Lastly, I am proposing council recommend or vary the application by adding a holding provision to require the applicant to register on title a restrictive covenant, adding a further level of legal notice, both to any future landowners as well as a future any future enforcement opportunities that the township might require. The zone as proposed by Z2323 and varied in my recommendation is consistent with and conforms to the PPS and the MOP and the Georgian Bay official plan, and is in keeping with the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. As recently as yesterday, discussions were taking place regarding the wording of the bylaw that is before you. And I am proposing a further variance to that wording, which has been provided already to the Clerks Department, which, as you can see, would change the final wording regarding the column 6 special provisions to read in C1, maximum size of all buildings and structures shall be as existed and constructed with a building permit as may have been or is required, close quotes. And that essentially replaces the two legalese that were discussed in the purpose. Again, I want to stress that the prohibition on human habitation is far more strenuous and strong than any other typical zone in our municipality. And the restrictive covenant that would be required by the holding provision adds an additional level of protection, both to ensure any future owner is aware of that restriction, as well as provide additional enforcement opportunity. The options before council are to either vary Z2323, passing the bylaw attached to the report as varied in the slideshow I've just shown you, defer, where the owner's appeal right in this case would begin on January 25th, and of course your next meeting is not until February 13th. Refuse, where you may be required to seek other planning opinions, and or pass the bylaw proposed by the applicant, which again is not my recommendation. I do recommend you vary the application with the holding provision and with the additional wording before you. Therefore, I've recommended that you resolve that you vary and approve application number Z2323 to Island 1120, thereby passing and enacting a bylaw to amend the Township of Georgian Bay bylaw regarding the zoning of that property from Shoreline Residential Island Type 2 Exception 51 to Shoreline Residential Island 2 XXHXX zone, including a special provision regarding the lot coverage, a new tool shed, a deck expansion allowed after the holding provision conditional upon registration of title of a restrictive covenant prohibiting the human habitation of tool sheds on the subject lands. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. Madam Clerk, any correspondence on file, please?
One letter of objection was received from Kathy Cooper, and the District of Muskoka provided no further comment beyond the no objection letter dated September 8th, 2023.
Thank you very much. Do we know if the applicant or an agent of the applicant is present and wishes to comment? Let me see what Maggie Dymond is there.
Good morning, Council. Yes, I am here. Entered now.
And you're going to be speaking on behalf of the applicants?
Yes, with Council's permission, I do have a presentation. If they would allow me to share my screen.
All right, please go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. Right. Is everyone able to see my screen?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. So good morning, members of council, and thank you to staff for providing that information. My name is Amanda, and we represent the owner of the lands located at 2 Island 1120, who have submitted a zoning bylaw amendment application to permit the development of a tool shed. So the lands are an island located in the southwestern portion of the township to the west of Roberts Island and to the south of Basole Island. The lands have an area of approximately 1,002 square meters and a frontage of 73 meters. So the owners purchased the property in 2009, and the property contained a dwelling, attached deck, dock, a shed, and an outhouse. In 2011, the owner submitted a minor variance application to expand the dwelling to incorporate a bathroom and holding tanks. This was approved by the township, and the outhouse was then used as a storage shed. This structure is outlined with the dashed red line and was approximately 7.5 square meters in size. In 2022, the shed needed to be replaced, and through the misunderstanding about the restrictions on the property, the owner proceeded with hiring a contractor to remove the shed and design a new shed that is approximately 14.5 square meters in size, which is outlined in red. This also resulted in a small expansion of the attached deck to access the structure. The tool shed was designed with no running electricity, water, or heat, as it was not meant for human habitation and only for storage. Since it was identified by the township the requirements needed, the owner has been working with staff for over a year to rectify the issue. So the purpose of the application is to permit the existing buildings on the property, including the reconstructed tool shed, as well as site-specific development standards for the shed and property. So these are site photographs taken from the water, looking at the property with the tool shed identified. And these are photographs with closer views of the tool shed. So in our opinion, the proposal is consistent with the PPS, as the application would permit a one-story accessory building on a previously disturbed island. The shed will not be used for human habitation and will not utilize water or wastewater services. An environmental impact assessment was prepared in support of the application, which has been reviewed by the township's consultant, which concludes the construction has been executed in a manner that is consistent with the protection of the surrounding natural heritage and aquatic features. The lands are designated waterfront area in the district official plan, which does not contain any specific policies on accessory buildings. The district also confirms they have no objection to the application. The lands are designated waterfront in the township's official plan, which also does not contain specific provisions on tool sheds or undersized islands in this context. In our opinion, the proposal conforms the district and township official plan. Oops, sorry. The lands are zoned Shoreline Residential Island 2, Exception 51 in the township zoning bylaw. The uses permitted in the zone are legally existing buildings and structures, and the exception states the maximum size of existing buildings and structures shall be as legally existed and legally constructed. So the purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment application is to recognize all existing buildings on the property, including the third tool shed, as permitted uses. The amendment states the shed will have a maximum area of 14.5 square meters, a 1.4 meter setback from the high water mark, and 2.8 meter setback from the dwelling. Human habitation is prohibited, and a holding provision has been added to ensure this gets registered on title, which the client has no objection to. It should be noted that the lands had a legal non-complying lot coverage of 11.6%, and the amendment will permit a lot coverage of 12.1%. In our opinion, the intent of Exception 51 is to limit development on undersized islands, and if a proposal for development occurs, this is to come before council to review if appropriate. And in our opinion, this application is appropriate because it will continue to not permit any future development or site alteration without the approval of Township Council. Environmental impacts have been reviewed and sufficiently addressed. The development is an accessory building with no habitable space and is not connected to heat or water, and has resulted in an increase of only 7 square meters or less than 1% in development from what previously existed. So in conclusion, the application is consistent with the PPS and conforms to the district official plan and township official plan and meets the general purpose and intent of the township zoning bylaw. So thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions. The owner is also in attendance at Township Hall if any specific questions for them as well.
All right, thank you very much. And does, excuse me, do the owners wish to make any additional comments before I turn it over to the public?
I do not believe so through the chair.
All right. Are there any members of the public who wish to make any comments, either online or in-house? Not seen any. I'm going to turn it over to council at this point, and we'll start with Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. A couple of questions, if I may, for clarification. And forgive me, I thought I did hear that the former shed that was on the property was torn down and rebuilt without permit, unbeknownst, well, under the understanding that it was allowed, and that's where the confusion was that this tool shed was built because they assumed that they could just rebuild it without a permit?
Is that directed to me, Councillor Graziano?
That is, sorry, that's directed to our planning staff. My apologies.
Okay, perfect.
Through you, Mayor? Yes.
Thank you. And forgive me for my candor here, but I'm having a really hard time accepting the fact that this is going to be used as a tool shed, given that, and perhaps it's because there's a picture of this very building with a bed that looks like it was slept in, which is tainting my perception of it as a tool shed. You know, one would assume that a tool shed would not have windows to such an extent that would otherwise show others what tools lay it inside. My question again, back to planning, is, and I'm sensing that planning is also, without speaking on behalf of planning, I'm sensing that there's some concern here that this could be repurposed as livable space at some point in the future. And I understand that there are some additional restrictions that planning is recommending to hinder that as a possibility. I wonder what our investigation or how frequently will bylaw go in to confirm that this is actually not being used as a livable space? And is there a way that we can get a site-specific agreement with the owner that says that we can periodically check in?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The frequency with which bylaw enforcement and building department staff may pass this island is unknown, but certainly given its location just on the outside of Big Dog Channel, it is a location that is more likely to be passed than many in our municipality, because if they're going by water to Pleasant Island or to other parts of the township, they will pass this property. So there certainly is a comment that has been made by me to the applicants. There will be frequent eyes on this island. My main concern and the reason for the proposed variance to the bylaw with the holding provision is to avoid a situation that we find ourselves in today, where the current owner was unaware that their island was subject to special zoning provisions. And so the purpose of the restrictive covenant is twofold. And one of those very important purposes is to ensure that anyone who might purchase the island in the future would immediately become aware through a title search of these unique prohibitions regarding that tool shed and the other tool sheds on the island.
If I may, one further, and I appreciate that. I'm still not feeling like we are covering our bases here in that. And as an example, the homeowner can go ahead and put up some blinds and essentially effectively block out view from passerbys to determine whether or not there's a bed in there and people are actually in fact living there. They can run electrical conduit underneath the deck and bring it up into the property and thereby having electricity to it. So the concern that I have is that, and I'll use an example or an analogy, if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, then it's a duck, and I kind of smell a duck here. So I just want to make sure that we are making sure that the homeowner is aware and that we have the jurisdiction to ensure that this is a tool shed and that we'll see a Makita chop saw and a bicycle in there at a later point. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me, Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. So I guess my comments are going to be very similar to Councillor Graziano's in my observation, and I was going to also use the technical analogy: if it walks like a duck, it must be a duck. But here we're trying to call it a chicken, and I'm just concerned, you know, if we approve this as it is, maybe for a couple of years, people will call it a shed, and then suddenly it will not be a shed again anymore because it's quacking. What I'm a little bit concerned, not just about the name, but the location. It's in 1.2 meters from the high water mark, and I can't speak to the flood risk and the impact that it might have on the structure, but it seems a little bit worrying to me as well. There does seem to be power that goes into the shed, according to the pictures we have in the package we have. So there could very well be electric heat in there at some point without too much difficulty. So, as I'm looking at it, it still looks like a duck. So, one thing that would help me out is if we thought that there was an opportunity for modifications to the structure to remove windows from it so that it was not quite as invitingly homey. And if it had no windows open to the waterfront, those glass double doors, I'm sure you have to keep those the same, but there's one wall of windows. As a tool shed I don't think there's a technical definition, but it would seem that you would want to have a wall that wasn't glass to put tools against. So those are my concerns. I'm not sure how we resolve them, but I do think I would be more inclined to believe it's a tool shed if it didn't have windows, floor to ceiling facing the waterfront.
Thank you. Excuse me, Councillor Hazelton, please. And Councillor Jarvis, I did see your hand, it disappeared. That was intentional disappearance? Yes. Okay, Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you. I have some, first of all, I think there are some interesting observations there. I too was going to make the observation of the electrical outlet because it looks like not just a normal one, but it looks like a high voltage, high amperage outlet, which is interesting. But I wanted to ask our planner, Mr. Kratzky, a couple of questions regarding the human habitation side of things, if I may. So your first response to Councillor Graziano was that you believed that there would be abilities to inspect this by planning department people drifting by. And we have a policy in the township of only complaint-based inspections. So I'm wondering how, first of all, I'm delighted to hear that planning staff driving by would look over and see that there's a problem and go and look at it. But that we've been told time and time again that our staff don't do that. So,
Mr. Mayor, sorry, that is not correct, Councillor Hazelton. When bylaw staff and planning staff go out and carry out their duties, and building staff, as they're going from A to B, they will look around. And as you know, previous files have come to council's attention because we have been doing that. So most of it is complaint based, but when we go out and do our job, we also do take the blinkers off and have a look around.
Well, I love what you said, but I'm sure if we go back and review some of the videos in the past, we'll hear building and planning say that they don't do that, that they're kind of focused. So I'm confused about it. But anyways, the
Well,
point...
since I've been here, staff are actually looking around.
Perfect. Okay, so we look around, and as we can dream that there might be an inspection by planning going by. What is the penalty, Mr. Kratzky, if there was human habitation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I am not certain what our bylaw requires. That would be a better question made to our building or our bylaw enforcement agents. But there certainly are penalties available. Additionally, the restrictive covenant is a double purpose tool. It adds the addition not only of notice to any future owner, but also an additional means by which the township can ensure compliance. So through the restrictive covenant, the wording of which is still to be determined by agreement between the solicitor for the applicant, Mr. Longo, and the solicitor for the township, Mr. Leger, that restrictive covenant will ensure that there is ample opportunity and ability for the township to prohibit human habitation in the tool shed.
So, once again, I love the words. I can tell you that the experience we've had here in the township of somebody violating the building code, it's basically a slap in the wrist and don't do it again, and maybe you have to pay a small, additional fee. But basically, developers have learned that asking for forgiveness is actually a whole lot cheaper and faster than getting permission to do a lot of things. So I'm a little skeptical on that front. But you did bring up the fact that you're going to register this on title. I'm wondering how that information might get to a new possible buyer, because we know factually in our township that real estate agents don't do the due diligence and tell the new buyer about what's going on. We just had an application a few minutes ago where we had that scenario take place where the guy bought a piece of property turnkey and he has all kinds of violations. And I had a discussion with our CBO recently, and she said lawyers today, they don't look at the title. They just tell the guy to buy title insurance and hopefully the problem goes away. So I don't think that this path is actually going to get us anywhere personally, because what we've learned from our CBO and what we know about our real estate people, new buyers aren't being told what the conditions are on property. So I'm concerned about that. If I could, I'd like to ask again, Mr. Kratzky, or not again, but ask another question. We went from a dryland boathouse to a tool shed, and somehow the words tool shed must have some special meaning. How is that different from a storage shed or some other shed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we define tool shed specifically in our zoning bylaw. And so that is simply the name that the Township of Georgian Bay Council has determined we use.
But if I could, I don't understand how a tool shed is different from another shed and why. So there must be something magic about the words tool shed that you have used to call this building that label, and so presumably that makes it easier to consider approval. And I'd like to understand what that is.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they are defined in the Township of Georgian Bay zoning bylaw, section 19. And actually it's on approximately the middle of my report. There is a comparison of the three definitions that appear in section 19, including the tool house definition.
Okay. So my final question is this. There's been a fair amount of dialogue from at least one member of the community regarding this application, and it had focused on, first of all, a -51 criteria. And just for my fellow councilors that may not know, -51 criteria was implemented in the zoning bylaw in 2014, as I understand it, to shift properties that might have been in a natural state but had a building on it, and you wanted to give it some sort of legitimization of, well, it's not natural state, it's actually it's a residential use, so we'll give it some sort of residential status with a -51 saying it is what it is and you can't have any more. And as I understand it through the dialogue with this resident in the community, you're suggesting that a -51 can't be used in a rezoning state, and yet it had great importance back in 2014. Somehow the planners at that time found a way to put a -51 on the property to make a very powerful indication that of what the conditions for future might be. But through your dialogue, I understand that you are saying you can't do it. I'd like to understand why and what path we would need to take as council to give you the power to re-implement that -51.
So I'll answer the first part of your question and then the second part of your question separately. The first part of your question is, why can we not deal with that approach with this application? And essentially, unfortunately, although there was a background study to the previous current official plan, which absolutely discusses these islands and that exception number to various SRI zones, there was no direct policy linkage provided in the official plan to recognize that. So while it was studied in background, there was no decision, and I cannot explain whether that was an oversight or whether that was a conscious decision to exclude a direct policy linkage. But at this point in time, there is no policy linkage. Part two of your question is, how could we address this in the future? There are many ways, and certainly through the upcoming official plan review and zoning bylaw review that will likely lead to updates, there is definitely the opportunity for all of these types of issues to be rediscussed.
Thank you. I'll pause there. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Oh, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, everybody. A lot of very interesting information, and I've held back. It was very difficult for me to do so, but I'm really trying to give others a chance. I really liked the duck story. That was kind of fun. I was thinking about smoked duck. I love it. But there's another expression about lipstick in I won't say what animal it is, but I don't want to put lipstick on this duck. I think it's we've got to really think about this very carefully. And we've just now been talking about zoning and specifically zoning SR, shoreline residential, specifically related to exception 51, which this very small island, 1/4 of an acre, falls under. And Mr. Kratsky, I do appreciate that there may have been some oversight in terms of language that may not have been included in 2014-75. This I think it's important to understand that the undersized island issue has been an issue and studied on at least 4 occasions since 1993, including the mayor at the time in 93 and current individual in our township from Wawatesi, John Carson, the lawyer, and a couple of others, including our head of planning at the time. They all came to the same conclusions, each one of the reports that we've had, and that is that in this township, we have hundreds and hundreds of islands, and those that are over 2.5 acre that are sort of going to be newly identified would have shoreline residential with no sort of restrictions, so to speak, other than setbacks, etc. And you would be able to build the size that you want. If it was between 1 acre and 2.5 acres, there were restrictions in lot coverage and so on. Under 1 acre, however, that's where the islands, 1,200 of them, 1,220 actually, I believe, 1,000 of them went from open space to natural state island. The other 220 went to shoreline residential exception 51. It's unfortunate that we put the SR on it because it implies residential and residential uses and expansions. That's what people sometimes think. And that is unfortunate, but it's been in existence for some considerable amount of time, since 2014. And there's been work done since that point by some of your councillors sitting around the table identifying islands that are tiny and should have no further development. So I just think it's important for us to understand the history. I would like to go on and say, though, that there are some deficiencies or some challenges with this property. The size we've talked about. There's a holding tank system that's practically at the high water mark. And that's very worrisome to me. The ice can take those tanks out, and that's very concerning. And while this isn't about the cabin, it is about the development of the property and the allowances that we're providing here, and that concerns me. But I do also have maybe some questions, and that includes, you know, we have a lot coverage of 12.1%, which I find, you know, pretty high. And I would like to understand a few things from you, Mr. Krafsky. How did we leap from a dryland boathouse / sleeping cabin to a shed? Oh, and by the way, the shed with windows on at least 2 sides, maybe it's 3 sides, but it's unbelievable. That's a shed? I'd like to understand how we can possibly call it a shed. That's my first question. And how we changed it.
Through to you, Mr. Chairman. It is up to the applicant to make their proposal, and their revised proposal was a tool shed. We definitely have the ability to make judgments with respect to applications proposals. And certainly in my first report, I was making one. But again, in my first report, I was relying upon our definition of dryland boathouse. And again, I have attached the definition of tool shed in my report, and I would direct you to it. Thank you.
If I may, my second question, please. I'd like to understand from you, given that I've already indicated that there's some 220 islands out there in Georgian Bay that are tiny and have a structure on them, a residence. Could you explain to me how this will not set a precedent for all those other islands that are out there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, planning is always de novo, and that means essentially that we look at every application on its own merits. However, clearly there are expectations that this council has that we're hearing today that we may find challenging to deliver until such time as the official plan and zoning bylaw are reviewed. But I will leave that to Derek if he wants to add anything further.
Through Mayor Coots here, my specific reason for raising my hand was to go back to hopefully assist Councillor Hazelton some of his questions. The penalties under the Planning Act can consist of fines. They can also consist of essentially injunctions. Either way, those penalties would have to be sought through the courts. That's how enforcement would occur. Now, when I talk about fines, typically in terms of land use, it's if the court were to impose a fine in the event of a conviction, it's not pay a fine and the unauthorized use therefore gets to continue. It's usually a fine in the way of, for example, a set amount for each day that the unauthorized use continues until it ceases to occur. So that's the way the fines work. Or the courts again can order an injunction for the use to cease, for example, within a specified time period. Now, in my experience, the courts do often tend to give individual landowners the benefit of the doubt. The courts are reticent to trump on individuals' rights. However, it's also my opinion that in this case, with the very specific provisions that are being recommended in the wording of the zoning, the prohibition on the use for human habitation, which the applicants are very aware of and agree with, and combined with the restrictive covenant that's proposed to be implemented through the use of the holding provision, that benefit of the doubt that might otherwise be afforded an applicant should they find themselves in contravention of the zoning bylaw by the court, that benefit of the doubt, in my opinion, goes away. There is no excuse, and I think notwithstanding the practical realities of perhaps the lack of due diligence that may occur today in the form of when real estate transactions occur, that's still not an excuse. It's abundantly documented in terms of what the permissions are and are not. So it puts the township in a strong position, in my opinion, should we find ourselves in an enforcement situation. And I think it's also fair to say through the different iterations of this application that have been before this council that staff share the same concerns that members of council here have expressed in terms of the use. Hence the recommendations for that very strong prohibitive language in the zoning bylaw and the restrictive covenant.
So if I could finish with my, I was cut off in terms
Councillor
of,
Cooper, I'm chairing this meeting and I was about to hand it back to you.
thank you.
Just be patient for a moment. He did respond to you, but no, Councillor Cooper's turn. So now I want Councillor Cooper to finish his turn, please. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, and I would have been delighted to let Councillor Hazelton jump in front of me, but not at the moment. Just sort of finishing off with a couple of questions, if I may. We were talking about sort of precedent and setting precedent in this particular case, and that still concerns me. There are a number of examples that have happened within the township of Georgian Bay through either the OLT or, in fact, Superior Court, where precedent has been used and found to support an applicant because there have been egregious approvals in the past that flew in the face of our bylaws. And I can point them out to you if you don't want to believe me. They're there. The precedent makes a difference. And the Superior Court says it, and so does the OLT. So I think we need to keep that in the back of our minds. We are playing with fire and these small islands. Second point is that the enforcement aspect. I'm, as the expression goes, a bit from Missouri on the amount of enforcement that'll be employed. There's also a cost associated with enforcement, our cost, the Township of Georgian Bay's cost to provide enforcement. Where's that going to be covered off? I haven't heard anything about that. Maybe, Jeff, do you have any comment on how that would be covered off? I'd be appreciative of having that answered. And that's my final comments at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the answer to the question would simply be that there is no special enforcement measures planned in this location. However, given the location at the exit from the Big Dog Channel and it being the gateway to a good part of the water access only of our township, township staff are more frequently passing this island than they may pass other locations within the township.
Thank you. Ms. Hoffman, you've had your hand up for a while. Did you have any additional information to offer us?
Thank you, through the mayor. I just, if possible, able to comment on and answer some of the questions that were presented by council, if I may.
Briefly.
Just to add. Thank you. Just for a point of clarity in the electrical discussion, this shed, which is described as defined as a tool shed that can contain household and construction tools, it does contain the solar power equipment that is only accessed from the outside that powers the dwelling. So that is where that is. However, there is no connection to the actual shed of providing that. And that is the intent of the owner. So just to clarify why that was identified. I also just wanted to briefly comment that the owners explicitly do not want to use this for human habitation, and the request for the definition of a sleeping cabin would require the same processes. As such, through many conversations with staff, and the owners did want to define this as a tool shed to only contain for storage purposes. And that is why they have no objection to all the legal recommendations that staff have provided, and to register on title and so forth. Thank you, council.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek. Yep. I'll go to Councillor Bocek and then I can recognize you. Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. My apologies for being late to the meeting and missing the front half of this, but
you got actually here when this just began.
Oh, good. I think I've heard the majority of it.
Oh, absolutely.
And certainly had my share of history lessons along the way this morning. I read this with apprehension and thinking, okay, well, there could be somebody sleeping in this cabinet one day, but then I thought, well, it's an island in the middle of Georgian Bay. I have a shed at my house. It has hydro in it. It has windows in it. If my kids bring up a girlfriend and the girlfriend and him want to sleep in the cabin, well, so be it. So I think this is going to be an evolution of this island regardless of what we do. And I I just wanted to say there's a different aspect to this application than simply us trying to control the development and stymie the development. This is cottage country, and people buy a small island that has legal non-conforming buildings and they want to fix it up and make it look better and maybe more structurally stable. I'm not getting the whole negativity around this. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on forward and please, for the sake of our clerk, identify yourself. That's right.
I'm Mike Dymond, owner of the property, and I just wanted, having lived this the last 15 months, I just wanted to give you guys some context because I thought all your questions were very valid and appropriate. And so I wrote a few quick answers, if you may allow me to speak. First, I wanted to apologize that we're here because I didn't do anything intentionally, knowingly wrong. I agree, the Section 51 is very powerful. I was never informed of it, and I swear on everything sacred, I had no idea that my island had been changed from 2011 when we put in holding tanks and power and an actual bathroom instead of an outhouse. And in 2014, it got changed, and I didn't know that. It was never communicated to me. I am sure everything was done the way it was supposed to. I'm just saying it is a very powerful tool, and if I had known that that had happened to me, I wouldn't have proceeded the way I proceeded. Why didn't I get a permit is I used the same local contractor to do this that did the work in 2011. And I had a conversation with him around a permit, and I said, I'm replacing an existing building and it's under the Ontario Building Code requirements, so we don't need a permit, right? And I was told, sounds good. Ultimately, this is my responsibility. What happens on my property and my wife's property is my responsibility, and I take responsibility, and that's why I'm here, and that's why over the last 15 months, between consulting fees and land surveys and environmental studies and Georgian Bay fees and all that, which I wanted to do everything the right way, is over $30,000, and I'm taking responsibility. But I want you to know that I used a local contractor, and if I had remotely learned of Section SR 51 then, it wouldn't have proceeded as it had. But that's how we got where we are. And now I'm trying to make everything right. The bed, if you ever make a mistake and then you kick yourself for 15 months, that is the thing. If you look closer at that picture, there is also a beam that I'm currently painting. There are paint materials all over the place. My daughter on the last night of 2022 Labor Day begged me to sleep in that building that had just been built that summer, and we had not slept in there at all or ever, and that was not its intention. And in a moment of weakness, I said yes. And in the hustle of getting out on the Monday of Labor Day, we didn't bring it back into the cottage where it is and has been since. So that's why the bed was in there. It wasn't there all summer. It was there for one night. And it's just, it is what it is. And I've kicked myself forever for doing that. In terms of bylaw enforcement, someone came by this year. 2 people came by, checked out my property on my dock unannounced, and checked it out and left. So it happened this year, and it can happen at any time. There is no electricity in it. We are on solar panels. We could not ever do electric heat. That would kill the batteries. That's not its intent. But just to be clear, there's no electricity in there. Even if we put electricity in there, we can never do electric heat. That wouldn't ever be an option. Why the windows? The issue with the windows is our other tool shed is dank, dark, and spider infested. And the reason we weren't putting electricity in there, we wanted windows so we could be able to go and see. Tool shed is what it was officially named, but it was replacing an existing shed. But as my kids got older, we had more boats, more rowboats, more kayaks, more stuff, and we needed to put stuff in there. So the idea was there's
the two buildings where one has nails and tools and saws and gas and all that, and this has boats and motors and ropes and bumpers and life jackets and kayaks and all the other water stuff and whatever we need to store in there as well. I'm happy to, if it makes, we are happy to do whatever we need to do to make things right. We are happy to put this legal covenant on. If windows is a sticking problem, we can remove windows. I would ask if you ask us to remove those windows, if I can at least put in overhead lights so that I can then have access to see in there. And that's, I think, about it. Again, I just wanted to add a little bit of context. Before what we had before, I know the holding tanks are an issue. When we bought the property, it was an outhouse. You composted it and then you dug a hole in the sand and you put your stuff in the sand on the property. We upgraded it to holding tanks to prevent that. If we are concerned about holding tanks, I can agree to have them pumped out at the end of every summer so that we're not worried about that. Anyway, I just wanted to put context into this. I know I made a mistake. It was not intentional. I apologize for putting you guys in this awkward position, but I just want you to know last 15 months we've been doing everything we can, and we are more than willing to work with you guys and doing anything that can help make this situation workable. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that additional information. I think it'd be very helpful. With that, I'm going to turn it back to Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, I was going to comment earlier, but I appreciate your comments just now. And having looked at the pictures, the later pictures showing that, in fact, what's in there now is currently recreational equipment as opposed to a bed. I will agree with my other councillors that the duck comparison is quite apt. It seems it's a very nice shed, but with the covenant, I think we're in a good position for this specific application. And obviously, it's something we've got to look at going down the road into 24 with our OP and zoning review. But yeah, I can appreciate that these things get awkward at times. But as a shed, if it's going to be done that way, and we've got that notation in the form of covenant, I think we should be okay with all that. And thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Before I start a second round, I'd like to make a couple of comments myself. I mean, this is a challenging application, if I dare say, given the nature of the small island that has been developed long before we had restrictions on small island development. And it's interesting you mentioned the contractor, because that was one of the comments I wanted to make, is that if a contractor was involved, what can we do about that contractor when this is, I mean, it's 14.5 square meters, not 10 square meters. So a building permit should have been required for something that's 14.5 square meters, if I understand our bylaws correctly. And if it's a local contractor, they sure should know that. And I think, frankly, you should be suing your contractor for all the costs. That's a personal opinion. I'm glad you haven't named a contractor. But that's because you're facing a situation because your contractor gave you poor advice and they should have known better. I think it's that simple. I'm less concerned than some about the fact that there was a bed in there once, because it's a building. And I think and I'm making some comment now, it's a general comment for our official plan and zoning bylaw review going forward. We have far too many building definitions. In my mind, it's a building. And some buildings are designed for people to sleep in, and some buildings are designed for other things to occupy them. And if there's 1 or 2 nights that are exception in a year, why do we actually care? We care about the overall use of the land and how much effect it has on the environment and on the waters. I get that. But if there's a moment where you have that one weekend where there's overflow and somebody sleeps in a building versus pitching a tent, let's not get too severe on that. So I find myself with mixed feelings. I also think it was important to note in the prior application that we had a fair bit of correspondence from all the neighbors. And I don't believe there was a single objection from all the neighbors who could actually see the place. And so in my mind, the big issue I have, which is not in front of us today in reality, but the big issue I have is with the contractor. I think that contractor should be penalized, and by our township and by his client, her client, whoever the contractor was, because that's what led us to this mess. You know, this tool shed is double the size of the existing or the past outhouse. So the contractor was wrong. Because quite frank, I mean, putting all the extra the controls in, I'm fine with that. I would rather approve this with the various restrictions than basically say to the applicant, it's time to tear it down. Because what are we gained? The building's removed, but I think what we've also said, and I hear the concern about precedent. I appreciate that we have to be careful about this, but I think what we also have to note is that there will be significant restrictions on this building if we approve it, and I think that's an important part of it. I think without the restrictions, then we are more open to precedent than because of the restrictions we're putting on it. But I think that we have to consider, you know, what's our end game here, and to what degree. I mean, I wish the island was 2 or 3 times the size, and I'm sure you do too. But it's what it is, and I think that anyway. I've said enough. We're going to start round 2, and Councillor Graziano and Vocek are going to lead the round 2 off, please. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I do have a question for Mr. Dymond. First and foremost, as a comment, thank you for your heartfelt statements. I do appreciate the context. I do have a question, and again, it would satisfy or satiate my concerns. I would assume, and I'm asking you this, that you would have no issues with respect to, you know, our bylaw staff periodically checking in, is what I'm hearing. Is that correct?
Yes, no problem.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
Councillor Vocek.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Michael, thanks for coming in today and making those statements. I didn't realize that was you. I haven't seen you in 10 years. Mike used to volunteer to the Township of Georgian Bay on the OPP Policing Committee and served for 4 years there. So thank you for that, Mike. Yeah, with your explanation and the understanding of how the chain of events happened, I certainly wouldn't allow this to take place today under new construction or an undersized island or any development on an undersized island. But what we have here is an island that has been developed. And today's standards of living are a lot different than they were probably when that island was developed originally. And I think the improvements that have been done, although maybe not done under the fashion that our planning department or building department would like, they were necessary. And it was unfortunate that you got bad advice from somebody that you trusted. And perhaps you can deal with that at a later date. But I have no issues with the recommendations for our planning department, providing that the covenants are put into place so that there's any future sale of this property, future owners know what position they're in. So thank you for coming in today, Mike.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. And thank you, Mike, for your comments. I did want to follow up with our Director of Planning because he had been responding to my comments, and we've had a delay between getting back to them. But anyways, so your comments earlier were the enforcement would be going through the courts. So first simple question is there any way to migrate this into the AMPS system?
You know, you're asking a legal question of a planner.
No, I'm asking it because,
In his defense.
but I'm giving you some time to respond here. I'm asking it because we know from a bylaw enforcement perspective that we are trying to get away from anything going to the courts because it costs us a ton of money and it's problematic and on and on and on. And so I'm thinking, well, if this is something that is going to go to the courts, given all that we've heard about, we don't want to go there. Enforcement is going to be zero, probably, in that path. So is there a way to pull this into the AMPS process whereby we can contain it within the township?
Sorry, I had it on, then I turned it off. Through Mayor Coots here to Councillor Hazelton. I'm reticent to give you a definitive response. I'd like to look into that to see if AMPS covers that aspect of enforcement when we're dealing with use under the Planning Act.
Okay.
But going back to my earlier comments, I think regardless of the method, and I think I know where you're coming from, AMPS would provide a more cost-effective means than seeking remedy directly through the courts. But going back to my previous comments, I think that the case behind, regardless of whatever enforcement method, would be strong. But
Okay.
happy to circle back with council or with you individually on that.
That's fine. So if I could, back to you, Mike. You've indicated willingness to kind of sort of do whatever it takes within reason, of course. You've heard a couple of people comment about the windows, and I'm thinking, how do you hang tools in a window? It's kind of tough to do that. Then the next kind of comment I have is somehow we've migrated from a dryland boathouse to a tool shed, and yet when we look at the pictures, it's a dryland boathouse because according to what Mr. Kratzky has included in his report, specifically a dryland boathouse allows the storage of marine vessels and other forms of watercraft, boating equipment, blah, 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 etc. So it's a dryland boathouse. It's not a tool shed. So I know I'm being picky here, but you know, if it just doesn't seem to it's like back to the duck example. It's not a tool shed based on what's in there. So it's a dryland boathouse. Why can't we put the same constraints in a dryland boathouse for all of that? So that I'm throwing a bunch of things out here. And then the third element of all of this is you've heard the interest in the -51 zoning, and maybe planning don't have the authority to force it onto a new zoning criteria, but perhaps if the applicant was, like yourself, was willing to cooperate and put a -51 on the end of the zoning, then that might further provide clarity going into the future. Anybody else looking at it would be going, well, why is there a -51 on it? Oh, well, maybe I should look further, because as we have already shared, nobody's looking at title searches anymore. Just buy title and searches and go off here on your merry way. Can't trust contractors because they're going to lead you down a path. So how do you find the truth? And so I just think that there's a couple of things that you could do that would not make what you've got any less attractive to you from a usage standpoint, and would potentially satisfy kind of a better alignment, I think, with what it is you've got and how you might use it in the future, and how that can be made visible for future considerations.
You know there's a real conflict when you say nobody's doing a title search, but you want things to be visible. But anyway, having said that, Planner Crafty.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make sure that council understands that the exception zones refer to specific lines in specific tables in the zoning bylaw, and that those lines include certain restrictions. And by those restrictions, exception 51 for this particular location would mean that that Mike would have to demolish this structure before you and somehow magically reappear the structure that he had previously demolished. So he has applied to recognize what has taken place. There is no way with a new exception zone that we can reuse a number, because that would be chaos in our bylaw, because then you would have two exception 51 zones. So I just want council to be aware of that. Secondly, while we as a municipality have no means by which to require the applicant to do certain things, if the applicant is stating to council that he's willing to do things, you certainly could add additional conditions by further variance to the application that's before you, to the holding provision, to recognize that those things take place. However, I am not recommending that, but certainly if that is what the applicant and council wish to do, there is means by which you could do that.
If I may follow up, the other question that Councillor Hazelton asked that I thought was a very interesting one was dryland boathouse versus tool shed. Sorry, you're the.
I can answer the history of why that happened.
Okay, go ahead.
Because it predates Jeff's time. It was always a shed. It was an existing shed, and it was falling down, and it held solar equipment. So, and it's right by the nicest, biggest tree we have that if it fell would destroy $40,000 of solar equipment. So the idea was, and now my kids are older than when they were when they bought it, I need to move that shed slightly out of the way of this tree that if it ever fell would destroy $40,000 of solar equipment. And I need a bigger to put boats and or other things like that, but it was always a shed. When this started 15 months ago, it was 3 iterations of staff before. It was someone, Catherine I forget her name. She insisted that it had to be a boathouse. She told us it has to be a boathouse. That's why we went down that path. Jeff, I think, correctly identified that by the township's definition of a boathouse, it couldn't be a boathouse. So then we reapplied as a shed. I consider a shed. Tool shed makes you think there's going to be sharp objects in there. That's what the other shed is for. That has all the tools. This is to separate the nails and the saws and the pitchforks and all that, or whatever dangerous stuff, and then just have the other stuff in this shed.
I still would like Planner Kratky to tell me and council the difference between dryland boathouse and tool shed for this in this particular case.
Mr. Mayor, the primary difference is that our definition of a dryland boathouse requires that you be able to store large items like snowmobiles, ATVs. You cannot drive an ATV through a single man door. And that's all the access that is provided to this building. You would need a very wide man door to get an ATV to drive through. Most of our dryland boathouses have garage doors or similar roll-up doors or double man doors. You would be very challenged to get an ATV through a single man door such as the one behind Councillor Bocek.
I find that very curious because I have a dryland boathouse and I don't think an ATV will ever see the inside of that boathouse because I don't own one. So I was surprised that an ATV is part of the criteria of a dryland boathouse, but that's just my little editorial. Councillor Hazelton, were you finished or not? I'm sorry, I jumped in on your turn.
Mostly finished, but he's got French doors on one side. You could easily get a ATV or snowmobile in there, right? You could double. So it's not a function. It's not functioning. Okay. Whatever. I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pretko, please.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. I just wanted to thank Mr. Dymond for his comments today. I think they've actually helped add a lot of color to not just the application, but to the property to understand the history and your intentions. I'm heartened by the solar aspects of your property and the fact that you're looking for light rather than electrifying the entire property. So I just wanted to offer my thanks.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dymond, for your background. It was certainly very helpful. I have to say that there are two things that are still outstanding as far as I'm concerned that we need to be, exceedingly mindful of. We have somewhere around 220 islands out in coastal Georgian Bay that are of the same ilk, under an acre, and they're exception 51. You've supposedly got what you've got, and you don't get anything more. And now we're going to say, oh, and by the way, you can turn a small shed into a dryland boathouse for 220, 219 places. And I think that's, we haven't protected the area and the reason for having that zoning restriction. And I'm still not seeing how that's going to take place. So we've opened a barn door, so to speak, if we don't do something about that. And I'd like to hear what planning is going to suggest to avoid this precedent, and it is a precedent. And we have case law that is very clear. I could name the properties where case law has been brought into play and people have gotten approval either through the OLT or Superior Court because, unfortunately, we haven't enforced our bylaws. So I'm concerned about that. And I'm concerned about the enforcement costs. Why are we being saddled with an enforcement cost? Why should we have to? Yes, you can say that's our job and that's why we pay taxes, et cetera, but this was unfortunately by mistake brought on, and I don't think we should be covering enforcement costs. And by the way, with all due respect to Mr. Kravsky, the main way of getting into our township is not down the side of Bosley Island. If you want to get to where most of the cottages are, you're going to go up the Honey Harbor main channel, Muskoka Landing channel, and keep heading northwest all the way up to 12 Mile Bay. That's where most of our properties are out in Georgian Bay, not down the side of Bosley Island. So it's not a regular route. It's a proximity. There's some proximity there, but it's certainly not the sort of main 401, shall we say, into the township of Georgian Bay. So but the first two questions I'd like an answer to are, what are we going to do about precedent? And what are we going to do about cost? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Whitlam.
Through the mayor to Councillor Cooper, I think from staff's perspective, certainly there's the potential for precedent or someone to view this as precedent, but I think anyone viewing this process would not relish or look forward to going through the application process, the costs, and the time that the Dymonds have gone through to make this, to remedy this situation. So I don't think this sends a message that this sort of thing is low-hanging fruit that anyone could take advantage of easily. So there's probably a fair amount of deterrence here in terms of what's required should someone choose to consider knowingly and unlawfully pursue such a thing.
Thank you. I think I've made most of my comments in my prior round, so and I'm not seeing more hands. So I'm actually going to read the motion. I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council varies and approves application number Z23-23 for 2 Island 1120 Georgian Bay, Dymond, thereby passing and enacting a bylaw 2023-123 to amend the Township of Georgian Bay zoning bylaw 2014-75 as amended, rezoning from shoreline residential type 2 exception 51 zone to SR1 2-XX-HXX zone, including special provisions regarding lot coverage, a new tool shed, and deck expansion allowed after removal of a holding provision conditional upon registration on title of a restrictive covenant prohibiting human habitation of tool sheds on the subject lands. Councillor Cooper, you have an additional comment?
I'd like to see a friendly amendment to this, and that is to deal with the 2 points that I've made. I'd like to see planning come back to us with recommendations as to how we can avoid setting a precedent, what language we can employ with respect to exception 51 as an example, pass a bylaw in a month or two so that we don't run into a problem. And to say that this will be an example where others won't feel like bringing anything forward in the future. We've got so many examples of where this has happened that I think we already know what the outcome is. So I would like to suggest a friendly amendment to deal with the issues, the costs and the precedent setting.
I don't think the direction to staff of looking into other properties and their effects should be part of this particular motion, given that this particular motion is property specific.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that, sorry, just to be clear, I'm suggesting a recommendation as to how to avoid having a future problem with exception 51.
But that's not, I don't think that's part of this particular motion. That's a separate matter.
Well, where are we going to deal with it if we don't deal with it today?
Well, we have many future council meetings as well, but right now, at this moment, we are dealing with a particular application.
And what about the cost?
You're talking about enforcement costs?
Correct.
And what are you suggesting? That we put in here an amendment that says that every time we go to visit the property, we send an invoice? I don't think that's part of the planning application. The bylaw enforcement is a separate matter.
Okay, so if we're not going to do it, fine.
Any other comments or questions? Then I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6 in favor. That is carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you. I'm going to suggest we take a break. It's now 11:02. Let's reconvene at 11:15 to get into the planning application staff reports, please. Okay.
Sorry, can you guys?
All right. It's hard to rein in this group. Let's get back at it. We're only 2 minutes past the set time, so it's not too bad for this crowd. So the next section of our agenda for this morning is planning application staff reports. And the first one is for zoning bylaw amendment application Z23-24. And who is taking that one for us? Do I have any volunteers? Miss McCaig.
With this application, based on previous history with this property. It's application Z2324, 2 Island 4630. The owners are Al and Heather DeCloe. So here's the subject property noted on your screen. It is a small island. It is an island in 12 Mile Bay, and it's comprised of 1,618.74 square meters or 0.4 acres, which currently has a single detached dwelling, a sleeping cabin, and a shed. The island appears to be heavily treed with mature trees and vegetation, as well as rock outcrops. The subject lands were subject to a zoning bylaw amendment application in 2019, and it was actually refused by council at that time. The township entered into negotiations with the appellant for minutes of settlement when the application was appealed to the local planning appeal tribunal at the time. And an decision was issued by LPAT on July 21st, 2020. A bylaw was adopted by council in October of this year as a result of that LPAT decision. And the purpose of the application before you this morning is to remove the hold on the property. The owners now wish to move forward with the further development of the property with an addition to the existing dwelling and are requesting the hold has to be removed in order to do so. The requirement for the removal of the holding provision as indicated by LPAT shall be the completion of an inspection of the septic system, at which time the pipe shall be exposed to determine if the septic system is functioning in its intended manner. The holding symbol will only be considered for removal if the septic system is functioning in its intended manner. A final inspection of the septic system was completed by Dave Federo, Deputy Chief Building Official, on September 29th, 2023, and the septic file is now closed. Our holding bylaws are mentioned in our official plan as well as our zoning bylaw. And section I.3.2.1 of the official plan states that holding bylaws can be used to phase development or to ensure that servicing is available before development is commenced. Permitted uses on the land subject to the holding provision shall be limited to those uses that existed at the time of passing of the holding bylaw. There is a site-specific zoning on this property at the present time, which is shoreline residential island, type 1, exception 58 in a holding pattern. The owners propose to construct a second-story addition to the existing dwelling, and it'll bring the gross floor area of the dwelling to approximately 151 square meters. The zoning provisions approved by LPAT are specific to the subject property, and the owner has worked with the building department to comply with the septic system requirements. As the matter before council was subject to an appeal and a favorable decision by the local planning appeal tribunal, and direction given to the municipality to assign a bylaw number to the approved document, which was adopted on October 11th, 2023 as bylaw 2023-096, staff are recommending approval of the zoning bylaw amendment as presented.
All right, thank you very much for that. Council, any questions, discussions, or shall I read the motion? Councillor Cooper, please, followed by Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of things. First of all, if we could go to the survey, I'd like to ask the planning department about the survey itself. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't know whether you can blow that up, but
Actually, I'll go to the actual report version. It might be easier to see.
Yeah, it's in the report. I found it. It's down near the bottom of the report.
Sorry.
If nothing else, Deb, we can all access it from our report if you like.
It's fine. Andrew here's going to share his screen for us.
Okay.
Thank you, Andrew. Can everybody see that? Okay.
I can see it. I hope everybody else can. So Deb, and for the planning department, I have a question / comment. The important thing for this particular property in terms of the survey is the high water mark. That is where the island really is. And my question is, I've seen this now in several of the surveys recently that we looked at, including today. There's a delineation of the current water's edge with a bunch of numbers running around the outside of this. And this one is less problematic, but a previous one we saw the water's edge was significantly further away from the high water mark and gave it an impression that it was a much bigger property than in fact it is. And I'm curious as to why we are taking surveys from this particular surveyor showing the current year's water level with all these numbers around, implying in a way that this property is that size versus the real size, which is significantly smaller, including in this particular case, a boathouse that actually has something built over the high water mark. So why are we using and allowing a surveyor to bring us this kind of information?
Through you, your worship. I mean, this is a legal survey. It's he's an Ontario land surveyor, and I mean, what is produced by him, he obviously feels was necessary at the time when the applicant had requested a survey to be done. So therefore, I don't believe we can say we can't accept it as a legal survey.
I'm not calling it illegal. I'm talking about the misinformation that's implied here, which is it's larger than it really is. And we do have the authority to say, we want to survey this way. We want to, we're not telling them how to survey. We're telling them to give us certain information. I'm asking the planning department to give consideration to the distortion that shows up, and you'll particularly see it in the previous application under Dymond. It looked like almost double the size of the island, and it was distorting our picture. The second thing I'd like to point out, and this once again, you're going to say it's off topic, and I'm sorry it is, but if we go to the a picture of the area, it's interesting to note that the Bloody Bay Road and dock is adjacent to this island where we have a dock. And why is that dock there? Maybe this applicant gets to dock there and drive in there. I would really like to know why we have that facility. Thank you.
You're absolutely correct. That second question is well off topic. I think if I may, what's important to note on this survey is that not only have they indicated the number of contour lines, but in the lower left corner, they do indicate the square meters of this island within each of those contour lines. So I think that does give us a fairly good picture of this particular island.
So if I may follow up, that is that I don't think we need to know that information. Why do we need to know what the current the acreage is at the current water level? It's distorting our understanding of what we're looking at. That's my point. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, my only question to planning is, I mean, you've recommended that we take this and OLT has told us we basically have to, but what are our options? I mean, do we have any other option here?
No, we don't have an alternative here, to be blunt.
Thank you.
Superior Court.
Some people think we have power. Moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved, the council adopts bylaw 2023-124, being a zoning bylaw amendment, Z 23-24, to remove a holding symbol on lands legally described as Island 402 and a half, 12 Mile Bay, Township of Georgian Bay, District of Muskoka. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right. Ms. McCabe, I think you are on deck again for zoning bylaw amendment application Z 23-10.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council is aware of this application as we did have a public meeting previously in, I believe it was July. Oh, August. Sorry, I apologize. August. The subject property is approximately 0.91 acres in lot area with approximately 58 meters of frontage on 6 Mile Lake. The subject property is currently developed with a single detached dwelling, accessory detached garage, inclusive of a secondary dwelling, shed, and dock. The dwelling is used seasonally by the owner's family, and the proposed reconstruction and expansion is to accommodate full-time occupancy of the owners in retirement and space for the growing family. Sorry, just 1 second. I'll fix that. There we go. An application for a zoning bylaw amendment was received by the township in May of this year to facilitate the reconstruction of the existing dwelling. At the time and prior to the public hearing, correspondence was received from the District of Muskoka recommending that the application be deferred pending the completion of some technical work that needed to be done in order to determine how to mitigate impacts on water quality, and that the development be in size so that it can be wholly located outside of the 15-meter vegetation buffer, and to be more in keeping with the provisions of the SR6 zone. The statutory public meeting, as stated under the Planning Act, was held on August the 15th, with council deferring a decision on the matter subject to the outcome of the shoreline assessment and planting plan. Resubmission was received by the township on October 19th, 2023, and the following modifications have been done in order to be in compliance with the report that was done on behalf of the applicants. So the footprint of the proposed main dwelling, which you can see here, has been reduced with the proposed enclosed Muskoka rooms that were originally on here have been removed. The front wall of the dwelling is now located behind the 15-meter vegetation buffer, thereby increasing the proposed front yard and shoreline setback from 12 meters, which it originally was, to 15 meters. The proposed shoreline setback is in keeping with the setback of the existing legal non-conforming dwelling on the property. The footprint of the dwelling has reduced the proposed gross floor area from 400 square meters to 360 square meters, and reduced the proposed lot coverage from 11%, which was originally applied for, to 9.7%. The width of the dwelling was increased slightly from 23 meters to 24 meters to accommodate the floor plan layout. A shoreline assessment and planting plan prepared by Terrestri Environmental Consulting Inc., dated October 12, 2023, has been received and accepted by the District of Muskoka, as they were the commenting agency that wished to have this completed. The proposed redevelopment of the property will be 15 meters from the shoreline, and a planting plan has been incorporated into the report, which will include 25 tree and shrub plantings consisting of 6 different native species, as you can see all in this area here. So based on the information that was resubmitted and the amendments that did come through with this zoning bylaw application, there were no objections received by neighboring properties. The District of Muskoka and the Trillium Lakelands District School Board did provide comments saying they had no objections. And due to the fact that it was the District of Muskoka that required the shoreline assessment and planting plan, it would have been up to them to have it peer reviewed if they were not satisfied, and they are satisfied with the outcome of the assessment and planting plan. Therefore, staff are recommending approval of the zoning bylaw amendment as resubmitted on October 19th, 2023. The agent for the applicant is in attendance as well, if anybody wishes to address any further questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Graziano, you wanted to start off the conversation?
I do. Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I just wanted to extend a thank you to Mr. Latimer for finding a way to reduce the footprint while at the same time planting additional vegetative buffers and native plants on the shoreline there. So great on you. I know that this you intend on using this full time with your family, and I've had the opportunity to visit your property and I understand some of the challenges that you're currently confronted with as a result of the way that it's on multi-levels. So with that said, I do support this application, and it's great to see that you came back with a little bit better of an option for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I thank Victoria for such a complete report and bring us what we need to make a decision here today. I did visit the property, actually almost for a whole afternoon, and we had quite an interesting visit and looked at where everything was going to go and how this would look. And when it was brought to council, originally I thought this was going to be a great big build, big and intrusive, and it wasn't. It was actually very conforming to the landscape. And with this revegetation plan that the district has asked to do, I think it'll even improve it more, and I have no objections to this at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, I just have one small question. Deb, there's where is this photo again? One of the pictures that was in the report showed a yellow hashed area on the front right of the building as you're looking at it from above. And I'm wondering what that represents, that area that's in that representation. It was the showing the one that's showing the revegetation. I don't see anything in the legend that indicates what that hatched, that yellow area is. Page 8. Yeah, page 8. Make Victoria work.
Through your worship to Councillor Jarvis. So thanks for pointing that out.
You know you're supposed to identify yourself.
Sorry.
Speaking.
Sorry.
You should know better.
My apologies. My name is Victoria Lemieux from Morgan Planning. I'm here on behalf of the owner, John Latimer. So that hatched yellow area, Councillor, is the area that used to be a Muskoka room, so an enclosed deck, but we've modified the application so it will just be an open deck. No coverage, no sides to it. So it is just a basic open deck.
Okay, so that does represent a deck that will be there. So there will be some further encroachment, though not covered.
And the study that we submitted included the review of that to ensure that the construction of those posts would be of no concern to the shoreline area.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'll make a couple of comments if I may. One is I was quite amused to see in one of the reports the so-called view from the canoe view or view from the canoe that actually featured something that's not really quite a canoe, looks more like a kayak, but I quite enjoyed that. That it actually is taking place from a boat that you can see. I think that actually this is an example of where staff, consultants, applicants work together to improve an application. And I think that this is what we'd like to see. I mean, we're going to have a more naturalized shoreline. The applicant had to give a little bit up, but I think it's a better for everyone, and I'm impressed. And with apologies, a little editorial, I still don't know why we care what the school board thinks, but there you go. I mean, they don't care about us, so why should we care about them? Sorry, that was out of line, but it's, anyway, separate topic. Seeing no other hands up, I'm going to read the motion before I get myself into more trouble. Moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that Council enacts bylaw 2023-125, being zoning bylaw amendment Z23-10, to further amend zoning bylaw 2014-75 by rezoning the property known as 655 Haskets Drive from 6 Mile Lake Residential SR6 to 6 Mile Lake Residential Exception XX or SR6XX to permit the reconstruction and expansion of the existing legal non-complying dwelling. All those in favor? Councillor Cooper, are you waving because you had a comment?
Just very briefly, I wanted to thank the mayor for his comments about using the need for a school board. Those are all comments, including the ones I made, trying to ensure that we learn for the future. Thank you for your comments. I hope we do the same for other comments.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favor? All right, that is carried. Thank you. All right. And now we're going on to part lot control exemption application for Marina Village. And who is taking that one?
I am, Mr. Mayor.
I am scrolling down to find your name, but you already knew that you were on this file.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Coots, here to Planning Council. I did not prepare a visual presentation as this is largely a procedural matter implementing Council's direction of July 5th, 2022 to bring back a bylaw to Council for the removal of part lot control. This is for the 52 unit townhouse development known as Marina Towns in Oak Bay in the Port Severn Urban Center. And part lot control is simply the mechanism through which the freehold ownership of the individual units can be achieved for the units that are already built or under construction. The requirement pursuant to Council's direction last year was to bring this back when the district had advised us that the circumstances surrounding part lot control are to the district's satisfaction. That time is now. We have comments from the district saying they have no objection to the removal of part lot control at this point in time. Subject to the passing of the bylaw, the next step would be for staff to forward the bylaw to the district with the appropriate documentation. There's an application fee that the applicant pays to the district, and the district would approve the bylaw to remove part lot control. The reason the district is the approval authority is part lot control is sort of under the umbrella of subdivision approval, and the district is the approval authority for plans of subdivision in condominium as well. So I'll leave my comments at that, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
So if I got it correctly, the district has now said it's okay for us to say to them it's okay, so that then they can actually go through their procedure to approve it?
That is absolutely correct.
I think my editorial can be assumed by my question. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I have to say that I think that this holiday season there will be 52 tenants that are finally going to be starting to put towards their mortgages. And I will likely be receiving phone calls saying thank you. So it's great to see that we were able to achieve this finally, all parties included in that comment. And I hope we can get this done and behind us so they can start working towards home ownership and equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, just a question of clarity. Is this all part of the process in order to get the folks that have purchased these an occupancy? Is this the end result? And I guess that would be to our Director of Planning.
Through the mayor to Councillor Bocek, not directly. Occupancy is not contingent upon the form of ownership, whether it's tenancy or freehold ownership. Occupancy would be a separate matter tied to the building code.
Okay, thank you.
But I think it is a necessary step towards them getting their ownership and therefore stopping having to pay rent and instead starting paying down their mortgage.
Right, yeah. Good.
I don't see any other hands raised. So I move by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that application by OBD Developments, Inc. for exemption from part lot control lands described as parts of blocks 1 and 2 on Register Plan 35M-722 Oak Bay Marina Towns be approved and bylaw 2023-126 be adopted. And that the bylaw to exempt parts blocks 1 and 2 on Register Plan 35M-722 from part lot control be passed by council. And that the township clerk forward the bylaw to the District of Muskoka for approval. And that the bylaw shall come into force and effect upon approval by the approval authority, District Municipality of Muskoka. And that the bylaw shall be deemed to be rescinded by the Township of Georgian Bay no later than 2 years after district approval date. Can you explain that last line to me?
Happy to, and I'll explain it, and I'd also like to make one correction to it.
Please.
The applicants had requested a 3-year approval, which from staff standpoint is within normal sort of parameters. So part lot control bylaws, removal of part lot control bylaws are in effect for a temporary period. Part lot control is the mechanism, the legal mechanism under the Planning Act that prevents somebody from just drawing up a survey, registering it, and thus subdividing their lands. Under the subdivision provisions of the Planning Act, there's this mechanism called part lot control. When we as a municipality pass a bylaw to remove part lot control and it's approved by the district, that temporarily suspends part lot control, allowing therefore the owners to prepare that survey. In this case, it's already been prepared, and register it, and allows the parcels to be subdivided. So it's an alternative to consent or subdivision. And when we use part lot control instead of consent or subdivision is when the development has already gone through a detailed approval process, the form of development is known, and this is just the division of the land. So in this case, the bylaw as written has a built-in provision that it expires after 3 years, so that someone couldn't just come in and further subdivide the lands somehow.
So then, after 3 years, if the individual parcels have not been registered, does that mean part lot control gets back in?
Correct. That is correct. So it simply requires within that 3-year period, the owner, Oak Bay Developments, would need to deposit the draft reference plan at the land registry office, and the draft reference plan is the one that's attached to the staff report. So 1 to 3 years are typical timeframes for this. So the request from Oak Bay for 3 years is not unusual from staff standpoint. I understand there's urgency to this, and it's certainly staff's hope that the reference plan is registered and the lots are separately conveyable much sooner than that, in reference to Councillor Graziano's comment, but 3 years is not unusual.
All right. So you're suggesting we amend the draft motion in front of me from 2 years to 3 years, and I'll call it the last line per the applicant's request.
Yes, I am, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Is there, Councillor Bochek?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, would the developer have the opportunity to ask council for an extension on this period? And is that feasible, and could it be granted? Thank you.
Microphone.
Sorry, the short answer is yes. What it means, because it's an automatic sunset clause, so should for reasons unknown to me why this would not be wrapped up within 3 years, the bylaw would automatically expire and the developer would have to apply once again for removal of part lot control.
Council, would you require me to reread the motion? Then I'm going to call with the change to 3 years. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right. That means we're moving on to staff reports. And our first one is regards to Haskett's Drive. And I believe, Mr. Whitliff, that was yours as well?
No, it's mine, your worship.
Okay, my apologies as I scroll down here. Ms. McCaig.
Thank you, your worship. The report in front of you this morning is it basically came out of an appeal that's been received on minor variance file A2215 for 862 Haskett's Drive. This application was in 1922. Wow.
Whoa,
2022.
it's been around for a while.
Wow, it's been around a long time. 2022 application that was finally heard and a decision made on November 17th of this year by the Committee of Adjustment. They denied the application. However, staff had recommended approval of this application as it was staff's opinion that the variance request did meet the 4 tests when a decision on a minor variance is being requested. So the report before you this morning is basically staff are looking for council guidance on how you wish to move forward with this. I have to have the appeal package to the tribunal no later than December 19th, which is next week, due to the number of days required under the Planning Act. Therefore, I need a decision on how council would like us to move forward with this. I have provided 2 potential options for council to consider. One being that basically that we retain both our solicitor and a planning consultant to represent the municipality on this application, as being staff that I was the one that had recommended its approval. I can't represent the township on this application. If I do have to attend the hearing, it would be as if I was subpoenaed to attend, and I wouldn't be eligible for anything other than just answering questions. Basically, staff's time wouldn't be covered under the fees and charges bylaw. And the option number 2 is that basically council consider providing no representation to uphold the decision. So therefore, like I said, staff are looking for direction on which way council wishes to move forward with this and how you wish staff to proceed.
Thank you. And sorry, Mr. Whitlam, you want to add to that before we turn it over to council?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to add for council, and I believe you have a copy of correspondence that was received from the applicant's agent. The agent, upon learning that this report was going to be considered by council seeking direction on representation at the OLT hearing, sent an email asking for consideration of a 3rd option, and that being potential settlement. Staff has the same information that you do. I don't think there's been any detail, certainly has not been provided to staff in terms of what the agent for the applicant might be considering, but they've asked that that 3rd option be considered in addition to the 2 options contained in Ms. McCabe's staff report. From my perspective, I would have no objection to consideration of settlement discussions. It could provide a more cost-effective alternative to sending full representation, in that potentially less work would be involved. However, I would also add that even a settlement would require the parties taking that settlement then, if one is reached, before the OLT for a decision. So there would still be a hearing of sorts. And I would also state that should council provide direction to pursue settlement, that before any settlement is agreed to by the parties, that would naturally be brought back before council, likely in a closed session, to seek direction on what's being proposed or considered through a settlement process.
Thank you. And I just want to have one more point of clarification before I turn it over to council. And then this would be to our clerk and CAO perhaps. This is a little bit unusual, but if I understand it correctly, this is now in front of council in open session because we at this point do not have any legal advice that is normally in closed sessions. Whereas in the past, this has gone into closed I'll call it pre-legal, to decide whether or not we're going to seek legal. And I think if I understand it correctly, we believe that this is an improved, more transparent approach to have this discussion in open. But if we end up asking for legal advice, then that would be moved into closed. When we receive the legal advice, we can in open say we want it, but when we receive it, that will be enclosed. So with that, I see all sorts of heads nodding, but I also want that out just so anybody viewing this would understand that this is a bit of a change in our approach, and I think to be a little bit more transparent. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, Mr. or Derek, if I can ask you a question. It's a question that I tend to ask all my counsels, legal counsel rather. We now have option 1, option 2, and let's call it 2B, which is a variation of 2. Of the 3 options, in your professional capacity as a director of planning and having seen many of these similar issues in the past, where would you fall if you had to make this decision?
No, thank you for that. Through the mayor to Councillor Graziano, as I think I tried to indicate earlier, I would recommend pursuing the request from the applicant's agent towards discussing settlement in this case. That of the 3 options, that would be my recommended option.
Excellent. Thank you.
Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through your worship, to our Director of Planning, I guess to follow up on Councillor Graziano's question, then would it require a referral or a deferral of this motion today to allow time for staff to have some settlement discussions? Or would we still really require direction in terms of an option A or an option B on this motion today? And let you answer that.
Thank you, through Mayor Coots here to Councillor Predko. So from staff's perspective, and I appreciate the timelines that Mr. McCaig is operating under, I think we can still proceed regardless of direction to prepare and submit the necessary record to the OLT. What we won't be able to include in the record is simply who's representing the township on this matter. But in terms of meeting the obligations under the Planning Act, I think that the rest of that recommendation can be forwarded to the OLT. And was there a second part to the question, Councillor Predko?
Well, what do we need to do today? I guess I know we have option A, option B, but I guess whether or not deferring this entirely to allow you the, I guess you need direction in terms of whether or not we're representing or not defending.
Yeah, I think from staff's perspective, staff's preference would be for council to pick an option. Choosing to enter into settlement discussions doesn't not bind us to settle. It simply provides direction to allow staff to have those discussions with the party, then report back to council. So unless there's other reasons for deferral, I wouldn't consider it necessary to defer the matter. I think one of the options, if chosen by council, would be the preferred guidance from staff's perspective.
Okay, and so just to conclude, my experience with this file from the Committee of Adjustment is that I think the Committee of Adjustment has taken a very studied look at the situation through 3 different visits, whether it was deferred or withdrawn or not. And I think that I stand by the decision that the committee made, and I think it was something that was well considered. That's just the concluding comment I wanted to make.
Thank you. Councillor Wojcik.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, I concur with my fellow councillor here about the Committee of Adjustments after reviewing that, but I have 2 questions to our planning director. First being, well, I guess I should preface this by saying, if we do represent at the OLT, we know the costs for a lawyer and for our planning staff, etc. If we choose not to represent at the OLT, In other words, we let the OLT make a decision on this and we don't hire an outside planner and we don't hire an outside lawyer. Do you have any indication of what the cost would be at the OLT to the township in that manner? Thank you.
Certainly, through Mayor Coots here, to Councillor Bocek, under that scenario, there would still be indirect costs to the township because what I would anticipate how that would play out would be, as Ms. McCaig has indicated, staff who prepared the staff report and the recommendation would likely be subpoenaed to provide evidence at that hearing. So the staff time for some preparation and participation in that hearing would be indirect costs to the municipality.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I don't think it's a poor thought to see if there's a way to settle, but settling isn't a panacea. And I think we've learned through some of our recent settlements that taking a very passive approach through settlement is not a good one. I think we can take a very aggressive approach through a settlement hearing and support our decisions, but I'm not convinced that just settling for the sake of settling and to save some money is important, but frankly, we need to defend our bylaws and our committee of adjustment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
I would like to suggest that we have a committee of adjustment who have diligently reviewed this matter. And I think it's incumbent on us to defend and support our committee of adjustment where they have they feel that they have done due diligence and come up with a position. Having said that, if we do that, our next step would be to work with our lawyer who would then need to find a planner that could defend our committee of adjustments decision, which then means we're in closed session. So I think where we are today is we need to pick option one, but we may discover after we get legal counsel and other planning counsel that we may choose a different option. But I think that where we are today, we need to defend our committee of adjustments review, and so I think option one is the path.
Thank you. A couple questions actually for our planning staff. I understand that you have to file a response to the LT by December 19th, and that includes your information on the file. Does it also include our position? Okay, so that's I think that's important. One thing that's important. Secondly, I read in some of the correspondence in that the encouragement to pick option 2 and settlement. But I'm wondering if option 2 says we're not going to defend, and then we're going to talk settlement, what is there to settle? Because we're not, if we make the decision not to defend, what's the conversation about? And so to me, I think if we don't have to decide today whether we're defending or not defending, then I'd rather say, okay, in effect, I'd like to see 3 options, not 1, 2, and 2B, but 1, 2, and 3. 1 is to defend, 2 is to settle, 2 is to not defend, and 3 is to discuss settlement. To me, I don't quite understand how it would be 2B versus 1, 2, or 3. Now, am I missing something? If you could, okay. So I'm going to encourage a quick second round, but I'd like council, if they want to speak to it, to think about, okay, between 1, 2, and 3, which approach would you like to take, knowing that our staff is going to provide all their information on file next week and do not have to inform the OLT next week what position we will be taking. So I see Councillor Graziano and Jarvis willing to jump in. So Councillor Graziano, let's start with you.
Thank you, Worship. And just for contextual clarity, I understand that the applicant's neighbor had retained a planner as well, and it sounds, based on from what I understand of the situation, that the neighbor has strong reservations with respect to what was proposed, and hence one of the reasons why I think, based on what I viewed from Committee of Adjustment, it was not approved. I'm also assuming that the neighbor would likely endeavor to seek party status at the OLT and defend their position at the OLT. So it sounds to me like it's neighbor versus neighbor, with us stuck in the middle. And with that being said, I would concur with our mayor in that I think we prep for war, and we allow the chips to fall in advance of it. And if they come back, or if the applicant comes back with a settlement, we consider it at that time. But at the same time, it sounds to me like the neighbor is going to be taking the brunt of this defense on our behalf. So just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'm just going to follow up on Councillor Graziano's comments, which are quite relevant. If we were to choose, as has been suggested, this option 3 of looking at potential settlement, if we end up at loggerheads with the applicant on this, we still have the option of pursuing it further at OLT. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the mayor, that is correct. So from staff's perspective, and if I'm understanding correctly, I'm not getting an indication that not sending representation is on the table, potentially. So with that, I think from staff's perspective, there's certainly the opportunity, excuse me, for council to defend the committee's decision through sending representation. But if within that council wishes to authorize the township's legal counsel to have settlement discussions in the context of that position, then I think that direction is required. So really, is it going to be a contested hearing, or pursue settlement, or a combination thereof? Otherwise, in the absence of that direction, legal counsel would not, without council's authorization, enter into any sort of settlement discussions.
Can I just comment further?
Yes.
As being part of the Committee of Adjustment and part of the decision on this, I'm definitely in agreement with Councillor Predko that I stand by the decision made by Committee of Adjustment on this. I am, however, quite curious to know what potential settlement is going to be put on the table. And so long as it isn't tying our hands with regards to the OLT, then I'd be happy to move ahead with that.
Yeah, if I could, oh, sorry, Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and just very briefly, thank you, Your Worship. I'll just be very quick. I just wanted to indicate that I think if today we are making a decision, and we make a decision to defend and defend vigorously, and I don't think that precludes us having conversations in the future about our updated strategy.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree that I think that it's appropriate for us at this moment. Sorry, you go ahead.
Thank you. If it would help, Mr. Mayor and council, this type of hearing, under either scenario, a contested hearing or settlement, this is not a 5-day hearing. One way or another, it's a 1-day matter before the OLT, and it's a question of whether that 1-day matter is potentially a full day in a contested hearing, or part of a day to discuss and have the OLT put their blessing on agreed upon minutes of settlement. Either scenario requires work in the background, legal and planning work. So there's still costs either way. And again, I did indicate that settlement could potentially be less costly than a contested hearing, but it's not the difference between prolonged, multi-day hearing versus settlement. So it's really up to council. It's in your hands in terms of whether you wish to proceed, which option to choose. But I just wanted to be clear that they're really between contested hearing and settlement. The cost savings are not significant. It just may arrive at a solution that's mutually beneficial to all the parties. And it's correct what I heard earlier, that it's likely that there'd be a third party to this, and that could be the neighbor.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I like the idea of working towards a settlement, and if it doesn't happen, then we defend vigorously. I'm just wondering what the wording in the resolution might look like. If maybe our clerk could give us an idea of where we stand.
What we have now, I'll read the motion. I won't call it quite yet, but what the motion currently reads: moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Predko, whereas minor variance file 822-15 was denied by the Committee of Adjustment on November 17th, 2023, and whereas minor variance file 822-15 was appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal, be it resolved that Council direct staff to proceed with option, and we pick one or two, one being defend, two being not defend, as outlined in Report 2023-239 regarding 822-15 for 862 Haskets Drive OLT appeal, and this is the additional line, and that Council direct staff to engage with the appellant for the potential of reaching a settlement. And I think you answered my question to that, Mr. Whitlib, in that if the neighbor wants to participate in these discussions, they would file for participant party status with this appeal. Okay.
That is correct. And just to be clear, and I don't think it needs to be enunciated in the motion, but again, subject to how any potential settlement discussions would go, naturally, the township's legal team and staff would report back to council to seek their direction and concurrence or not before proceeding further with any potential settlement. If not, then it would go to that contested hearing.
All right, thank you. My final comments are, and I don't know if anybody stated this, but it wasn't a unanimous decision at the Committee of Adjustment. It was actually a 3-3 vote. So the Committee of Adjustment was split on it. Not that it still gives the end result of there was enough, shall we put it this way, there were enough committee members who weren't satisfied with the final proposal that it did not carry. So I'm going to, because what I'm sensing from this group, I'm going to put option 1 in the motion as I read it, and option 1 is to defend. And I am going to include the last line about directing staff to seeking to for potential reaching of a settlement. All right, so I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Predko, whereas minor variance file 822 was denied by the Committee of Adjustment on November 17, 2023, and whereas minor variance file 822-15 was appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal, be it resolved that Council directs staff to proceed with option 1, which is to defend, as outlined in Report 2023-239 regarding 822-15 for 862 Haskets Drive OLT appeal, and the Council directs staff to engage with the applicant appellant for the potential of reaching a settlement. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. McMaster Lake closing of unopened road allowance. Madam Clerk, I think that's your file, is it not?
Yes, it is, Your Worship.
Over to you then, please.
Thank you. This is merely a housekeeping situation. 50 plus 70 years ago, a portion of road allowance and a portion of land abutting McMaster Lake that is not part of the shore road was surveyed incorrectly, and then deeded access was transferred at the land registry office through letters patent by the province, which has taken place, except part of that incorrectly surveyed land is actually a portion of a road allowance. We no longer are in custody and control of this road allowance. However, we are still required to stop up and close the road allowance in order for this land to be transferred to the Wata Mohawk First Nations, and that will then become part of the reserve land. So basically what is the holdup right now from a larger portion of land being transferred over to the Wata Mohawks at this point in time is the fact that we need to pass bylaw to stop up and close a portion of a road allowance that was incorrectly surveyed in like the 1950s.
So the most effective or efficient way of addressing this is not to debate who did what on a survey when, but
Correct.
to simply to clean it up so that the province and the Wata Mohawk can go ahead with their planned land transfer.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Council, any questions? Councilor Jarvis.
Just to be clear, and I'm sure it's just legalese that's got me fumbling here. We're proposing to close something that's unopened.
Yes.
Boy, what a Christmas present that is.
The lawyers have had a payday over this one, let me tell you. It's been a lot of dialogue.
I bet there has. Okay, I'm not gonna,
Yes.
that's okay. No further
Mhm.
discussion required on my part.
You're correct.
Any other comments or questions? Moved by Councillor Bocheck, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that Council adopt bylaw 2023-127 to stop up and close part of the original road allowance between lots 5 and 6, concession 14, being part 3, plan 35R 21607, formerly Gibson, now in the Township of Georgian Bay, being part of PIN 48007-0086 LT, and that the Township of Georgian Bay be responsible for all legal costs associated with the bylaw to close part of PIN 48007-0086 LT. All those in favor? All right. One hurdle cleared there in that transaction. All right. And now we're getting on to new business. Motion for reconsideration. Councillor Jarvis.
Speaker, please.
I'd rather you tried reading my lips, Councillor Cooper.
It's rather difficult.
I apologize. But actually, I've been pretty good about it with my microphone. I had to put in a motion for reconsideration on 2 lift holds from the last planning council meeting. I would like to withdraw those holds. That my motion, excuse me.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. I wonder whether the fact that this is on our new business agenda may offer us an opportunity to capture some clarity around some information that we've received, specifically on the H's. I've attempted to do some due diligence. I've had subsequent conversations with all parties that are affected by this, and also our planning department. And I wonder whether we use this as an opportunity to seek and obtain further clarity on potential gaps for H, for our H's here, because I would hate to use the motion to reconsider, but I think it is very much aligned to this conversation as it brings up some interesting questions. So if I could make a suggestion, and that is to retain the motion to discuss and continue a discussion, whether it nets out any change in the decision from our previous, consideration, that's to be determined today, Council. But I'm more so concerned about having clarity from, or receiving clarity from, our planning department on what is possible, what is not with removal of these H's. So just my thoughts. Thank you.
Madam Clerk. can I turn this over to you? Because what we have here, if I understand it correctly, is that Councillor Jarvis asked for motions for reconsideration to be put on the agenda. And now that we've come up to those items, Councillor Jarvis wants to withdraw, but Councillor Graziano is considering of maybe unwithdrawing, if that's, and I don't even know,
But it is
clerking wise.
unwithdrawing to facilitate a conversation on the very issue that was brought forward through this application.
So as much as, yes, it was Councillor Jarvis who requested this be placed on the agenda for reconsideration, technically anyone at the table can move and second the motion for reconsideration. So from a procedural standpoint, just because Councillor Jarvis no longer wishes to reconsider this matter, there's still an opportunity for anyone else to reconsider this matter, and we can vote on that motion. Again, as a reminder, the process for reconsideration is first there's a resolution on whether there will be a reconsideration, and that gets voted on. And then there's a whole discussion on the matter at hand. And then there's a secondary resolution, which is essentially the resolution that was defeated last month. So, but there isn't really an opportunity to have a discussion without having some type of motion on the table.
So in other words, if we want this conversation to continue, then we need a mover and a seconder for a motion that currently reads, be it resolved that council reconsiders the defeated resolution P 2023-085 from the November 13th, 23 Planning Council meeting. And there's another one which is exactly the same, but it says 086. So if I have a mover and a seconder, Councillor Bocek. So Councillor Graziano, Councillor Bocek, and are you moving both of them? Yes. Okay, so I'll do them one at a time. But I have to call a vote on these.
No, you have to call the one vote, and then you immediately afterwards have to deal with that motion. So you can't do two motions
we
for
can't be
reconsideration
efficient.
back and forth.
We can't be efficient is what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's what you're saying. Okay, I have moved by Councillor Graziano. Sorry? Oh, sorry, Councillor Hazel.
Speaker, please.
Microphone, please.
Microphone, thank you.
To our clerk, do we need a 2/3 majority to approve a reconsideration? I think that's what I read in the policy.
Let me double check. My gut is saying no, but I could be wrong.
I've seen those head nods. Is that saying you think the answer? You're waiting. Okay, yeah, it's a good question.
Mayor, I have a question too.
Yes, Councillor Cooper.
While we're waiting, I just wanted to say that I think the objective that is stated by Councillor Graziano and Bocek was certainly Graziano that we need to have some more discussion about this matter. I fail to understand why it has to be a yay or nay to these particular resolutions that have been withdrawn by Councillor Jarvis. So why couldn't we have a discussion at Cal, maybe bring in some experts, including our staff, but others, and have a wholesome discussion around the hold issue. Otherwise, by just voting on this is very limited in its scope. So there's my recommendation that we move it to a future date, and it is a serious matter, and it's I think having this vote is not necessarily going to achieve that goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
A majority vote shall be required to pass the motion to reconsider.
So therefore, we need 4 people. Okay. So
we have some more discussion on it before we get to the vote.
In your question, yes. We can discuss the motion.
Okay. So just to bridge from what Councillor Cooper was saying, I think the intent here is we have been faced with a matter that is somewhat complex. There are lots and lots of legal and planning and OLT decisions that back up, if you will, influence the consideration of a matter like this. And I think I'm hoping what Councillor Graziano is looking for is a fulsome discussion on this topic that wouldn't necessarily relate just to these two applications, but in fact would provide us better guidance for our township. And I'm not sure that we're going to be able to get there in the forum we have today. And the reason I say that is because, as council will know, and as Derek will know, I did a ton of research over the weekend. I provided a multi-page document with all kinds of references of decisions that have been made, recommendations, comments that have been made over time. And I would say, again, based on a follow-up conversation I had with Derek, that although there may be a desire to hang on to past beliefs, I think this is bridging on extensive legal advice in addition to planning advice. And we don't have lawyers here in front of us. I think that because this issue is so significant and big, that it deserves a round table of all the appropriate people, and I don't think we have that here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Whitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To council, I do for a moment want to bring it back to the two applications that were the subject of council's refusal to lift the hold. So staff are required to send a notice of council's refusal. It's a notice of decision. Staff have not done that yet. If those items are not reconsidered, then staff would proceed to send the notice of refusal. Just that would go out, and then obviously the applicant would have the option at that point. So just wanted to make that clear, and I concur that there's a bigger discussion that I think needs to be held regarding this matter. But with respect to those two items, staff would, depending on the outcome of this planning council, a notice of a decision would be sent out to the applicant.
Thank you. I think it's, in my mind, extremely important to understand that I think the discussion we had on this last month and this potential discussion today very much can be separated into two categories. The one category is holds in general and an H2 in specific, and is our H2 doing the job we want it to do? That is a big discussion. And much of the memo sent out by Councillor Hazelton, I believe, refers to that bigger discussion. Is the H2 doing what we want it to do? I think the much smaller discussion that we have to consider is the H2 as it is currently in our bylaws, as is currently in our official plan, as is currently based on how we've handled the past. The current bylaw, does it allow us to refuse these applications based on criteria other than the applicant providing a survey? And I think that's what we have to do. And so my question would be to Director Whitlam, the H2 as it is currently written in our current bylaws and official plan, can it be used to require anything other than a survey?
Through the mayor to council. So
provincial policy statement.
I think that advice has already been provided. I'll refer to a number of sources. Township Consulting Planner Aaron Reed in a staff report December 2022 provided the opinion that the criteria for lifting the H are as enunciated in the bylaw and that there is no ability to add additional criteria. Before that, September 2022, Garrett Pickfield, the township's solicitor, provided written commentary to council as a bit of a debrief following the Moreau decision. Also made the statement that under the township's current bylaw, all types of properties are subject only for a single generic H2 symbol, which imposes a relatively mechanical condition requirement, which based on submit a survey to illustrate the setback of the high water level. And the solicitor opined that there is no strong legal or planning basis for council to refuse to grant the lifting of the H2 symbol from a property if those conditions are satisfied. And then within the Moreau decision itself, the township's planning consultant retained by the township, Mr. Ramsey, also opined that the H2 symbol can be lifted if that criteria, that requirement for a survey is satisfied and that no additional criteria can be added. So I think there are a number of sources validating that position.
Okay.
And if I may, having reviewed those decisions, those opinions, for council's information, I've also, I'm familiar with Mr. Ramsey at the OLT. He knows his stuff as well, and I would concur with all those opinions. So of the three planning opinions, Ramsey's, Reed's, two planning opinions, Ramsey's, Reed's, legal opinion from Pickfield, I would add my professional planning opinion that the criteria are clearly enunciated in the zoning bylaw, and that's the extent of the criteria we have to work with right now.
All right. With that, the motion in front of me is whether or not we choose to reconsider the first resolution that we defeated back on November 13th. So I have moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that council reconsiders the defeated resolution P 2023-085 from the November 13th, 2023 Planning Council meeting. All those in favor of reconsideration? I'm not seeing enough hands for that to carry, so that has been defeated. And I'm going to try it one more time. Moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that council reconsiders the defeated resolution P 2023-086 from the November 13th, 2023 Planning Council meeting. All those in favor? I'm seeing even fewer hands. That is also defeated. So those matters have been defeated. And I believe, does that just leave us with the closed or?
Yes.
Okay, do we have a fancy motion for that? Or, no, we do not have a motion. Can we just move into closed and assume all the usual verbiage? And
as long as you reference the HR update personnel matters.
okay. Council, we have one matter for moving to closed, and I'm going to propose we do that now, get it over with, have a lunch break, and then go into committee of the whole. Okay, and we don't have the motion in front of us, but the usual 239-2, you know the verbiage. I've read it so many times. And the matter at hand is a personal matter about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, labor relations, or employee negotiations. All those in favor of moving into closed at 12:31. And that is carried. So does that presumably means that Councillor Cooper has to sign into a different link? Yeah,
You can walk away from your computer and leave it on and just turn off your camera.
All right, what we did, we there's no report coming out of closed. And so we just have to do a couple officialdoms to close this meeting. So I have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved, the Planning Council adopts bylaw 20. Oh, okay, sorry. I have moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that council rise from closed without a report at 1 o'clock. All those in favor? That is carried and duly noted. And then I have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved, the Planning Council adopts bylaw 2023-130 to confirm the proceedings of the December 12th, 2023 council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. And then I have be it resolved, the Planning Council does now adjourn at 1:02 p.m. If I can get my pen to write, until February 13th, 2024 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And that is carried. And we will move into Committee of the Whole at 1:45